and call the meeting to order. If everyone could settle down. If everyone could please sit down or find a seat. And if there's not a seat in here, you're going to have to go to our overflow section. Thank you so much. So please, members of the audience, if you could turn off your phones. Again, we're now in session, so if we could have everyone stop talking, that would be fantastic. Councilmember Negrete, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Yeah, great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great. And Councilmember Zernitskaya, will you please, oh, sorry, roll call, and then we'll do the land acknowledgement.
Go ahead and call the roll. Councilmember Negrete? Councilmember Negrete?
Here.
I see you. Councilmember Hall?
Present.
Councilmember Raskin?
Here.
Councilmember Snell? Here. Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Here.
And Mayor Terosas.
Present. Now, Councilmember Zernitskaya, will you please do the land acknowledgement?
I would be happy to. The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrielino Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of Kuruvunga, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrielino descendants who are part of the Gabrielino Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers and Kuyam, guests, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrielino Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Fantastic. The clerk will ask if any council members will be recusing themselves prior to the, pursuant to the Levine Act. Is anyone recusing?
Are there any council members? Saying none.
Great. And then I'm just going to take an agenda management motion. We're going to ask that the city manager's report be moved before general public comment, just given the special guest that we have. And we're going to ask to pull consent item 4A from the agenda. That item was already approved on March 24th. And then if closed session exceeds 1 hour, we will move the remaining closed session item to be heard at the end of the meeting. And that is what I would ask for a motion on.
So moved.
Second.
Great, let's vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, no, seeing none. Great. We will now move on to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Very brief city manager's update for everybody. The last couple of meetings, we have been remiss in not being able to introduce our adoptable pet of the month in person. So we wanted to get right to it tonight. As you recall, we have implemented a new protocol. Our spectacular animal control officers are going to be coming to our meetings, introducing everyone to our adoptable pet of the meeting. And tonight we have a 1-year-old terrier mix named Lucky. Everyone, Lucky is house trained. Lucky loves spending time with people just as much as he loves running around and playing with toys in the yard. He previously lived in a home with a yard to himself. He would do best in a home with no other small animals. Everyone, take a look at Lucky, and if you have any interest in meeting him, maybe taking him home, please contact the animal shelter. As always, you can visit the Santa Monica Animal Shelter Foundation website to make a donation or shop the Chewy wish list. Everyone, let's welcome Lucky to our meeting. Hi, Lucky.
Hi, Lucky. So well behaved. Is Lucky permitted to come up here just to say hi to us while we're sitting here? Thank you. Really appreciate you guys. Are there any other updates, City Manager? Great. Okay, we will move on to general public input. We have 33 speakers and everyone will have 1 minute. So I will call Andrew. Well, we had 33 and do we have 45 now? Anyway, okay, 45. Andrew Hoyer, Morgan Hunter Gross, Jerry Rubin, Francisco Juarez, and if everyone, again, because we have a long meeting tonight, if someone has said something that you already agree with, you can do happy hands. There's no clapping, and please feel free, if you agree with the comment, to remove your comment in the interest of time if it's already been stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer, and I am the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. We are the city-recognized community neighborhood organization that covers the area from Lincoln to Centinela and Wilshire to Colorado. We meet monthly in the community room of the Colorado Center. Our meetings provide a forum for residents to hear from city staff as they present upcoming plans and changes that they have been directed to focus on by the City Council. You can find more information and become a voting member of our organization by going to our website, www.midcityneighbors.org, and clicking the tab that says Join. We'd love to have your support. Many people in our territory have noticed that significant changes are starting to happen on Broadway. I'd like to point out that this plan was first presented to us in October of 2023 and most recently in November of 2025. We've been privy to changes that happened on 17th, Wilshire, and upcoming changes for Santa Monica Boulevard. Jing Yao will be joining us next Tuesday.
Fantastic.
I have a video to play. Gross. I made this video this time. I made it in Unreal Engine. I was inspired by Red 6. April is Autism Awareness Month, and I am showing you the future of flight because it proves what human beings can engineer when we try. We sent the first woman and the first Black astronaut around the moon. Yet a child asked if there had ever been an autistic astronaut, and the answer was basically no. That gap is the point. This is not just about awareness, it's about accommodation versus ableism. Ableism is discrimination. It treats difference like defect and forces disabled people to absorb the cost of everyone else's misunderstanding. Accommodation does the opposite. Observe first, respect reality, know a person's baseline, make room for human difference with dignity. This year, I could not camouflage anymore. Burnout burned through all my masks, so I said I need to find out who I am and what I'm capable of. What I found is that my potential is real. That's why I show up. That is my president's school. I am trying to turn pain into pattern, pattern into policy, and policy into less pain and suffering for other people. I made this demo, not this part, but the first part for New York City for vendors to
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Great. Thank you all. You can happy hands, but we appreciate the sentiment. Jerry Rubin, Francisco Juarez, I'll call a few more names. Patrick Bollock, Lizzie Moore, Debbie Bernstein.
Thank you very much, Jerry Rubin, Santa Monica. A couple of things. First of all, I went to the Ocean Park Association meeting last night, and Mayor Terosas, it was really wonderful, your talk and the exciting things that Santa Monica has to look forward to. We're all working together. It's going to be great. Second thing, I was really proud of the council and for contributing your discretionary funds for the denim run that took place on Sunday. Such an important issue, and I want to thank Lawrence Cohen, and so important for victims of sexual assault. And I'd really be remiss if I didn't thank all the good doctors and nurses and staff at St. John's Hospital. I was in there for surgery for 8 days and just got out a couple of days ago. Just a gallbladder removal, so, just take a little time to recover, but I might be a little less galling. So, thank you. I love Santa Monica.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francisco Juarez. I'm a native of Santa Monica. I'm here to tell you that April is also National Paralyzed Veteran Month, and we're here to talk about a veteran issue. I'm the chairperson and CEO of the El Camino Real Forum, which is a veteran family organization, and I want to tell you about the 4th annual Memorial Day event that we're going to have here at the Veteran Beach. It's land that was deeded to the residents of the home inland. And this is our 4th year. We're going to be putting on barbecue and bringing the residents from up there down to here. The 3rd year was big and bigger than the 2nd, and we expect this one to be better. We could use some help with transportation, so any one of you that could help facilitate a big blue bus picking up the residents up at the home.
Okay. I don't know if a member of our team could talk to you about that, but great, thank you. So we have Patrick Bullock, Lizzie Moore, Debbie Bernstein, Christine Melee.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Patrick Bullock. I'm a Los Angeles business owner who believes in supporting local businesses, but not at the expense of residential communities. The approved trapeze school is fundamentally incompatible with the neighborhood it will border. This is not a minor inconvenience. It is a material disruption to residents' privacy and quality of life. Within days, 335 Santa Monica and Mar Vista residents are unified in response. This business does not belong adjacent to homes. No amount of mitigation changes that reality. This is not a request for triage or micro adjustments. It is a call for a correction that preserves the neighborhood while allowing this business to truly soar. I'm asking this council to act immediately to relocate the trapeze school to an appropriate commercial or industrial site so it can thrive and be embraced. And please consider, if this were placed directly behind your home, would mitigation be enough, or would you expect action? Thank you for your attention.
Good evening, Mayor Terosas, council members, city leadership, and community members. I am here to express my gratitude for the swift response to our March 29th letter signed by 48 Dewey Street neighbors facing severe impact with the Santa Monica Trapeze School relocation directly behind our homes with no prior notification. Thank you, Councilmember Snell, Councilmember Negretti, Councilmember Zernitskaya, and City Manager Chi for your willingness to engage over the last 3 weeks. I would especially like to thank Deputy City Manager Peter James and Public Works Director Chris Dishlip for their public apology of the failed communication and for spending last night with 24 concerned neighbors who seek remediation. Together with you and Councilmember Park's team, I am hopeful we can expeditiously find a solution that is mutually beneficial. The coexistence of a trapeze business and home is not compatible for privacy and peace. I'm here to request everyone's leadership and your ability to enact change. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Bernstein? Okay. We'll move on. Christine Melee, Frank Melee, Denise Barton, Yvonne Bush.
Hi, my name is Christine Melee, and I live on Dewey Street, directly adjacent to the Santa Monica Trapeze School, where it's been permitted. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of City Manager Oliver Chi, as well as Councilmember Negretti, Peter James, and Chris Dishlip, the three of whom visited our home to better understand the concerns we have about the Santa Monica Trapeze School. Their willingness to listen, engage, and explore solutions feel like government working, and I was glad to be part of the conversation. But the underlying question remains: a commercial amusement attraction raised 20 to 30 feet in the air, amplified voices, music, public crowds, licensed 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., 365 days a year, is not compatible with a residential block whose homes sit 30 feet from its operations. If there is no compatibility, there's nothing to mitigate. We do not stand against the trapeze company. The operator deserves a location where.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Frank Melee. Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. I live on Dewey Street. My wife, Christine, some of our other neighbors will be here. Directly behind the Santa Monica Trapeze School location that's been cited for it. I spoke with this council at the previous meeting over 3 weeks ago, and we've worked over that time to speak with the neighbors, to speak with the operator, Kenneth Stevens, to find out more about what was going on with it, and to do the work of really informing everybody about what was going on. We started with a letter of 30 households and 48 residents. Tonight we have a petition of almost 350 people who have signed on, who all agree that what's going on does not make sense. We are super grateful for the efforts of staff, of everyone that came out and has been working to correct the issue. Overall, we didn't ask to be the voice here, and the operator of the trapeze school didn't ask to be placed there. I think
Appreciate it. Thanks. Denise Barton, Yvonne Bush, Corey Bales, Jason Coggins.
Good evening. Oliver Tree dressing in drag at the Trans 101 event. Did we get to see another side of you, or you were trying to be everything to everyone? Then Mayor Terosa's pictures with Eric Swalwell. One ethical operative. Pam O'Connor being invited to the Women's Month event at the library. Pam O'Connor cost the city $1 million or more, including the city's legal costs. When Pam O'Connor made the city manager, fired the new city assistant city manager before she could start her job. 2 unethical operatives. Elaine Polachek, who you brought back as interim city manager and retained as a part-time employee with the city now, was also involved in the Pam O'Connor saga listed above. The mayor chooses to hire and associate with people who have questionable ethics. Do you not think that would make people question your ethics as well? Oh, but we already know that you do like lying from the dais, which was seen when you claimed to know nothing about the mentally ill housing on Ocean, when in reality you'd been...
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Bush, and I'm very happy to be here. I live near Frank and Christine Maley on Dewey Street. I was in their living room yesterday when Peter and Chris visited, and I'd like to share what I took away from that conversation. What the city has approved is, in practical terms, a business and a steady stream of strangers placed inside their living room, and the living rooms and bedrooms and backyards of a dozen single-family home dwellings. I am not exaggerating. It's really true. I just couldn't believe it. It is very clear that it will interfere with everyone's ability to enjoy their homes, their yards, outdoor space, and lives. I don't know why this decision was made this way. Maybe it's just because it's something that the city of Santa Monica can do. There's a big difference between what the city can do and what
Thank you. Thanks, ma'am.
so much.
Okay, Corey Bales. And then
Good evening. My name is Corey. I'm also here to talk about the trapeze school. I live on Dewey Street. I'm here to speak against the trapeze school. I very much consider myself a resident of Santa Monica. It is my backyard. After all, it's my home, and I'm so excited for my family, neighbors, and I to have access to undeveloped green space that was promised to us, not a trapeze school. According to Visit Santa Monica website, there are already 55 arts and culture institutions in 27 municipal parks. We need green space. Our neighbors and I align with the original idea, which was to follow what was done in Berlin, Germany at Tempelhofer Feld. I just wanted to read a short description of that magical field. Aside from its fascinating history, sheer size, and uniqueness, one of the things that makes Tempelhofer Feld so special is the many creative, weird, and wonderful ways that Berliners use it. And this would be Santa Monicans. Stay long enough and you'll see beekeepers in the...
Appreciate it. Thanks. So we have Jason Coggins, Anna Gayami, Eugene Naruse, Mark Schneeman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Coggins, and I'm here to speak on behalf of California Roadhouse, taking over what was formerly Rusty's at 256 Santa Monica Pier. Longtime Santa Monica resident, former employee of Rusty's on the Pier, and before that, Rusty's Surf Ranch. So I think it's a really good idea to let's get California Roadhouse in there.
Just want to comment that item will be available for public comment when we talk about closed session items. So that's not general public comment yet.
Okay.
If you want to remove your comment later.
Perhaps I will do that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Anna Gayami. Great.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Anna Guyami, and I'm one of the authors, along with Eugene Naruse and Mark Schneeman, of the Make Polluters Pay petition that was circulating in November. Our petition has since gathered around 500 signatures, all in strong support, which are all from Santa Monica residents who believe that these polluters should be held financially responsible for the damages that they've created. Today, we're presenting you a resolution urging you to support the Polluters Pay Climate Superfund Act that was killed in committee this past February. The Superfund Act proposes that major fossil fuel companies contribute financially to the climate damage associated with their emissions, and funding generated through this policy could also be used to protect communities across California, which would hold these major fossil fuel companies directly accountable for their financial burden of their environmental effects, rather than taxpayers during this time of fiscal crisis in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Eugene Naruse, Mark Schneeman, Ricardo Greer, Corey Lamb.
Yep. Good evening. My name is Eugene Naruse, and I'm also speaking in support of this resolution. Fossil fuel companies have known for decades that their products contribute to climate change, yet they funded campaigns to cast doubt on that science, delayed action, and continue to lobby against policies that would hold them accountable. The costs of climate change are substantial and rapidly increasing. Across California, extreme heat, wildfires, and drought are costing billions of dollars annually in emergency response, infrastructure damage, public health impacts, and long-term recovery. The result is clear. These costs are rising, and they're being borne by the public. Yet, the companies most responsible are not paying for the damages. This resolution is a straightforward step towards accountability, ensuring that this financial burden does not continue to fall on taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I believe Santa Monica prides itself on being an environmental leader, but right now we are falling behind. While the Make Polluters Pay Act was stalled in the Senate due to heavy lobbying, cities like San Diego, San Francisco, and Los Angeles have refused to wait and are already moving forward to support local resolutions. Tonight, we're asking you to join them. We are asking you to take the Make Polluters Pay resolution and place it on your very next agenda so we can ensure that Santa Monica regains its place at the forefront of the climate movement for all of our futures. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ricardo Greer here? Yeah.
Hello. I have to take my name off, and actually I'm supposed to talk with the city in terms of the Rusties and that whole thing. So
If anyone's here to comment on the closed session item, that will be when we have public input on that's item 3 on the agenda, items under the consent calendar and closed session only. So if you want to do that, please talk to our clerk for that item. So we have Corey Lamb, Raj Shalecha, Richard Zaringer, sorry for these butchering of names, and Lawrence Cohen.
Mayor, we also have Debbie Bernstein, who was called earlier.
Oh, okay, Debbie's back. Okay, great.
Hi, I'm Debbie Bernstein. I'm going to make this short. I'm a longtime Santa Monica resident. I graduated Samohi in 1983. My kids went here, and I think I'm here to talk, I don't think, I am here to talk about the Trapeze School. Borders, you know, city lines, they're just lines. So I consider Mar Vista, they're our neighbors. This is our neighborhood. The Trapeze School, which is a literal 24/7 circus, will be conducting business 24/7. I wouldn't want to live there, and so I'm here to speak out against that. In the New York Times on April 1st, there was an article about noise and how it affects our health. Research confirms that noise can increase hypertension, stroke, and heart attack risks, causing hearing disorders such as hearing loss, tinnitus, and hyperacusis, noise-induced pain.
Thank you. Thanks. Jason Coggins?
Hi, this is actually Corey Lamb. I'm with Jason Coggins. We're all here to speak about the lease of 256.
Maybe,
so
okay,
can we
please talk to Madam Clerk about that.
Thank you very much.
Raj Shalecha? Great, thank you. Sorry for the mispronunciation.
No problem. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I'm Raj Shalecha. I'm work and reside in Santa Monica. Very happy resident here. I want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation for the dedicated work you do to keep Santa Monica a great city to live in. Your commitment to our city is city's future is truly valued. I'm here to speak about the redevelopment of Santa Monica Airport. As we look toward the historic transformation of this airport land, we have a generational opportunity to create a true urban lung of our community. I am requesting you to urge you to prioritize a higher allocation of this space for natural habitats, specifically expanding our community garden programs. While traditionally parks are wonderful community gardens that offer unique benefits, sustainability, they bolster local biodiversity, improve soil health, they provide residents with a hands-on way to connect with the earth and their neighbors. They enhance local food security, provide educational spaces for our youth. By favoring productivity, green habitat over future.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Richard Zaringer, Lawrence Cohen, Cooper Brower, Steve Cohen. No one here? Lawrence Cohen, come on up.
Good evening. In March 2025, when my partner Summer Willis was in town to run the LA Marathon, we toured Santa Monica's UCLA Rape Treatment Center. We saw the services that they offer to men, women, children, LGBTQ population. But when we saw the adjacent Stewart House with a packed facility of children, that opened up our hearts, and we knew we wanted to do more. That more is the denim runs. So thank you, council members, for supporting us. We had an amazing first year. ABC, CBS, NBC covered it, and I'm optimistic that the future is going to be even better. So again, thank you all so much, and thank you for this beautiful commendation. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Cooper Brower, not here. Steve Cohen, Sean Ahouse, Mohan Ahouse, Jason Reed, Scott Reed. All for the restaurant. Okay. Susan Dobsha.
Can I go 2 minutes since you bumped all those people out?
No, unfortunately not. We have like 50 comments on this. Bill Davids, Patty Zortman afterwards. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Susan Dobsha. I moved to Santa Monica 3 years ago from Boston. I'm here to advocate for a change in city code so hobbyist beekeepers can keep beehives on public land. This would put us in the company of Paris, New York, Chicago, and Long Beach, who all enthusiastically support beehives on public land, such as public parks, rooftops, and abandoned lots. The data is clear. The bee population on the west side is very low compared to the rest of Los Angeles. Allowing hobbyist beekeepers to keep bees on public land will benefit many constituencies, including community gardens, people interested in pursuing craft businesses with the pollen, propolis, and beeswax. And for those of you who suffer from allergies, we know the more local the honey is, the better job it does on your actual allergies. Current code restricts hives to privately owned lots, which currently includes only 25% of Santa Monica residents and only those in the highest income brackets. Sustainability activism should be a right, not a privilege. And prevent residents who rent. Oh, it was 2 minutes. It was perfect.
Mr. James, would you mind talking with her just to get her feedback? That would be helpful. Thank you. Bill Davids, Patty Zortman, Jake Zortman. Hi, Mr. Davids.
Hi. I want to raise a concern about the bank that's holding the pod funds. Essentially, they are sending out cards that have no chips in them. They are very easy to compromise. My card was compromised. I called into their call center overseas, and I was told that even though the card was compromised, they charge a $6 fee, and if you really want the card quickly, $25. Now, they are holding money hostage that are public funds. I don't like the fact that I'm being asked to pay $6 to gain access to my funds. The card is not a good card. This is easy to skim. It has no chip, and the bank does not support the pod participants. Think it needs to.
Can someone from his team? Okay, great. Thank you for that feedback. Patty Zortman, Jake Zortman, Zakia, Jamie Marie Davis.
Hi,
I'm Jake Zortman. My wife's not going to jump in here. So thank you very much, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the time. Again, my name is Jake Zortman. I am a resident of Dewey Street. I've been there for 5 years. Before that, we lived in Santa Monica for 20, where we started our family and raised our kids, where I started my business in 2002, which I continue to run, and I'm a member of the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. But regardless of whether we live in Santa Monica or Mar Vista or Venice or Brentwood or parts of West LA, we're a single community, and we need to consider each other in our plans for development, permitting, and zoning. And so my concern, I'm here with my neighbors because of the Trapeze School. That area south of Airport Road is more than just residential adjacent. It's literally on the other side of our backyard fences. So it's not an appropriate area for a noisy commercial enterprise that uses bright lights or runs outside normal business hours and 7 days a week. So as your neighbors and members of our shared community, we urge and approve.
Thank you. Zakia.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am a 19th Street resident, and I'm here just to say congrats to Santa Monica and all the gardeners in the city on 50 years of community gardens. I'm so excited about the 19th Street Garden Project. Thank you, Teague Waybright, for reviving this project after the pandemic, and Alina B. for leading us in our mission to create a garden where the seeds of intergenerational knowledge is shared. Residents have a place to be in community, spread joy, find ways to connect with neighbors, and foster well-being by cultivating educational workshops, classes, cooking demos, events, and more. Audrey Hepburn said, "To plant a garden is to believe in tomorrow." What we want to know is what will bring you to the garden. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Jamie Marie Davis, Lori Delgado, John Lisk, Stephen Steiner, and Alfred Ariane. Come on up if you heard your name.
Jamie Marie Davis. Good evening, Mayor Terosas. I have a simple request. A complicated situation came up. For those of you that don't know me, I'm sworn here in the city of Santa Monica to the law, and I have endorsements, and I currently live in Santa Monica for 15 years. On a public website called Nextdoor, there were a few posts that I made promoting an event that was going to happen at the airport. Also, a link to a video about Save the Airport and the efforts that they made in fighting the fires in Palisades over the past couple of years and the goodness that they do, and also
Okay, great. If you have more information, you can share it with the clerk.
Okay.
Thank you. Lori Delgado.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Lori Delgado, and I'm a resident of Santa Monica. I'm here today as a victim of physical assault and strangulation that occurred on October 2025 in my own community. I reported this attack and trusted the system to protect me. However, no meaningful action was taken. Criminal charges were not pursued. No restraining order was secured, and I have been left without protection and accountability. Strangulation is not a minor incident. It's widely recognized as a serious and potential lethal form of violence. I'm asking the council to please look into my case being handled by the Santa Monica Police Department in coordination with the Santa Monica District Attorney. I'm also asking for increased accountability, better protocols, and stronger protections for women in Santa Monica so that no one else has to go through what I experienced. I would appreciate the opportunity to speak further with the council member or the city manager.
Thanks, ma'am. We asked our city manager to talk to the police department over there, and if perhaps you can go in that corner and speak with them. Thank you so much. John Lisk, Stephen Steiner, Alfred Ariane.
Hi, my name is John Lisk. I live on Dewey Street across the street from Barker Hangar, and this is an associate with the Trapeze School. For the last 10 years, I've been dealing with amplified music and PA systems that violate LA and Santa Monica noise ordinances. This comes from Barker Hangar's for-profit events, the Flight Museum, and the airport in general. It's been a battle of being lied to and set in circles by airport leadership in Barker Hangar. So while the Trapeze School doesn't affect me directly, I see it as part of a long-time disregard by the airport of its neighbors. I want the airport to be a good neighbor and accountable to the surrounding community.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Steve Steiner, Alfred Arian.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for listening. I am also a trapeze statement person. I live on Dewey Street with my neighbors and wanted to make additional comments about the financial ramifications of this going in. 28 real estate professionals who work across Mar Vista and Santa Monica, the people who actually sell homes in the area, sent a joint letter to city manager and council member Tracy Park. Their estimates were that 15 to 20% loss of value of homes directly affected, especially on Dewey Street. And we had agents from Keller Williams Party, Christie's Rodeo, and every major brokerage on the west side also, had this similar comments. This is data from actual professionals who sell the homes, and City of Santa Monica has in effect asked hundreds of homes on Dewey to carry the loss, and so we
Hear you. I think we all received the letter, so thank you. Alfred Arian, Jason Reed, David Razzo, Scott Reed.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing us to be at this event on May 25th. We appreciate your support, and we just want to let you know Lot 8 was given to us in 1888, and basically it's been used for a parking area. That location should have been used for recreational therapy for our veterans, and again, one day we pray that day will come. For now, we want to thank you and let freedom ring. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reed?
Hello, just sorry, but Jason Reed and Scott Reed are both for the California Roadhouse, so we'll be back up. Thank you.
Appreciate it. David Razzo?
Hello, my name is Dave Razzo. I live in Santa Monica. I just want to thank you for allowing us to come here to the council meeting. Thank you. God bless you all.
God bless. Thank you. We love a positive. Thank you. Heather Thomason, Ann Cartegny, Tiffany Walker, Ashley Olson.
Hi, it's Heather Thomason here. Good evening, council members. And I was really hoping that City Manager Chi would be here because this is actually really especially for him. I wanted to remind you guys that in the realignment plan that you guys kickstarted in October, there's one item that notably has not really had anything addressed about it. And City Manager Chi told me, I've asked him a few times, when can I ask you about this again? Because I kept asking him and the answer was, we're getting there, we're getting there. And he said, after the first quarter of 2026, and so this is the first meeting after the first quarter, so I'm asking this question. Number 15 on the realignment plan was a few things, and then concurrently direct that staff initiate studies to identify policy options that do not jeopardize housing element certification and also ensures that future development on boulevards achieves compatibility with existing residential neighborhoods. I would really, really, really appreciate your attention to this point and some information for the neighborhoods. And
Thanks. Ann Cartegny, Tiffany Walker, then Ashley Olson.
Hello, everyone. I am Anne. I live on Wadsworth by the beach, and I'm here to piggyback on some of the noise complaints. Here's the problem. There is that one guitar player there every Thursday and Saturday and Sunday, and has been for months. And I went to talk to him. I asked him, I love music. I'm not saying no music ever, but he refuses to turn it down. He said he can't for effect. And had a neighbor went there and kicked his bucket, almost got to a fist fight. And from what I understand, there's a lack of regulation there. For a while, I would call the police. They would send me to code enforcement. Code enforcement send me back to the police. I think there should be some regulation there. From what I understand, I mean, to me, that's a public space. Public park, I understand you can listen to music, but for yourself, it doesn't have to be broadcasted for blocks. I can hear him play in my own house with the door closed, by the way. So just
Thank you. Tiffany Walker. Okay. Ashley Olson. And then we'll have Jonathan Foster, Joe DeRosa, Daniel Campbell.
Good evening. At the last meeting, items 21 and 22 related to the realignment plan were pulled from the agenda. Those items go directly to how we address homelessness in our downtown core area and the keystone question of the entire realignment framework. So tonight, I want to ask something simple and direct. Do you support continuing the People's Concern Access Center as it currently operates, or are you in favor of closing and restructuring it? That is a yes or no question, and it deserves a yes or no answer. When a council repeatedly declines to take a position on something this consequential, residents stop reading it as deliberation, but opposition. Because not taking a position is still a position and the public is paying attention. So I ask each of you on the record tonight, do you support keeping the Access Center open as it is or not? And I'm hoping you will use a point of personal privilege to clarify your answer. Thank you.
Thanks. Madam Assistant City Manager, can you just clarify what we considered last meeting?
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, so the items were voted on. They just had to be pulled because there was a recusal. So they did move forward.
So we voted on those items to move forward just with the members that needed to recuse themselves out of the room when we voted.
Exactly.
Okay, great. So just wanted to correct the record on that. Jonathan Foster, Joe DeRosa, Daniel Campbell, Gina DeBaca.
Hi, you guys are worse than kryptonite, just Superman. Hi, I am just Jonathan Foster, super bum drummer. Hi. And wanted to mention again, unfortunately, way back when Jerry Garcia died, Phil Lesh had just passed away, and of course, beloved Bob Weir had passed away in January. It's really sad. There's only Billy and Mickey left, so see if they do anything. And I've noticed that there's no reason almost for me to come up here. Everything I said, no, don't do that, no, don't do that, no, do that, it happens. So I should just go kill myself because everything that's going on is absolutely sick and disgusting with having all that crap out there. So what I noticed had happened to me on 3rd Street was the landowners, friends of their family members were shitting all over me and harassing the shit out of me for 25 years. Is another one of the problems.
Thank you. Joe DeRosa.
Yeah, hi, there's a video she's just going to play.
Okay. While she's getting that up, we have Daniel Campbell, Gina DeBaca, Sarah Mahir, and John Doe
This
next.
video presents the opportunity for the LA Artist Series at the Mark 302 in Santa Monica. We face challenges like a need for tourism recovery and downtown pressures, but the solution involves city investments in major global events like the 2028 Olympics. The projected economic impact is significant. We anticipate annual visitors growing to 1.2 million in a mature year. This is expected to generate $200 to $250 million in direct visitor spending and $18 to $25 million in new TOT and sales tax for the city by year 3. A deed restriction ensures this is a permanent legacy win, blocking the property for LA Artist Series use, such as art, music, and film events. This provides certainty and avoids future conversion to retail or residential use, benefiting the city and increasing land value. Our long-term economic projections show a $250 million mature annual impact growing at 3% annual inflation. This results in a cumulative economic impact of over $11 billion within 25 years, representing a generational economic driver for Santa Monica. The venue-driven economic uplift boosts commercial leasing, property values, real estate taxes, and government-owned assets.
Thank you. Daniel Campbell?
I think I was supposed to be on commenting on 16E, so I'll do it later.
Okay. Gina DeBaca, Sarah Mahir, John Doe.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm John Doe from the Uller case, and I was just stopping by to talk to you because it's funny how you got a homeless kid named John Doe from the Uller case, but he's not represented in any of your lawsuits. And while you're failing your background check, Epstein and Gates are popping up too. And while you're forgetting to do your homework, we're coming up right behind you. Y'all have a good one.
I'm sorry, was that John Doe? Thank you. We also have 4 phone callers. Oh, you're back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, come on up. Come on up.
Hi, Gina DeBaca. I'm just here to speak on and encourage, since it's Arts Month here in Santa Monica. I'm just here to encourage the City Council to support local artists that live here in Santa Monica, actual Santa Monica residents. As a Santa Monica resident and artist, I run a performing arts and cultural center. I've been doing it over 20 years, and I haven't felt the support from our city government. So I just want to remind you all to please support the local artists here in Santa Monica. What we really do need, and what we've been crying for years, is space. And I know that we have vacant spaces. And so maybe you guys can all come up, maybe you've already come up with a solution, but maybe you can support us artists with spaces, artist spaces. Thank you so much. That was it.
Thank you. Hopefully Jenny Rogers is here, but we just opened our first civic art gallery on Friday for local artists. So let's talk more offline. Okay, did folks I call who didn't get a chance to come up comment? Anyone else signed up on agenda item 1 who I did not call? General public comment. Okay, we're going to move to the phones.
David, we're ready for the callers. It looks like Jeff and Rachel are the two callers. David, are the callers on the phone?
They are. I just invited the first caller.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeff Burton. I'm a Mar Vista neighbor, dad of 2, living directly south of the airport. I'm a part of the Santa Monica, LA West Side community that lives, works, and plays together across the area. First, I want to say thank you. Most of us were genuinely surprised by this trapeze relocation a few weeks ago. We've been really grateful for the engagement and collaboration since, and I want to thank City Manager Chief, Peter, Chris, and the council members for taking our concerns seriously and committing to a path forward. We strongly believe and appreciate the city recognizing that relocation is the solution here, not mitigation. The use is simply incompatible with a residential edge. Professionally, as a SVP at CBRE, my role is to evaluate the analysis and data behind major land use decisions. Engaging with you through this has been really refreshing to see that you're open to a more data-driven, objective approach to use decisions. The experience reinforces how critical that transparency and process and cross-city coordination will be as Santa Monica moves forward with the airport to park conversion. We really look forward to continuing to work collaboratively to get this right for this decision and those still ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise, I understand you guys are calling the next person, right?
No, they're calling the next person. Okay, David, we're ready for the next one. It looks like there's 3.
Yeah, I know. We have Rachel Vertoon, Gerald Baker, Ethan Koretsky. Are any of them there, ready to go?
Rochelle Vertoon, you are now in the meeting. Press *6 to unmute. Your 1 minute starts now.
Hi, this is Rachel Burton. I am a resident of Dewey Street. I also am calling in about the trapeze school, and I want to share why this matters so much to us. We have 2 young children, ages 6 and 3. They run around my backyard in my home naked all the time, very freely. And honestly, this is such a big privacy issue for us because our home no longer will be private if this comes to fruition. The idea that people can see freely into our home changes that completely, and a safe space for my kids. This isn't just about privacy, it's about noise and activity 7 days a week, and it's just simply not appropriate. We are young parents. We have poured everything into our homes. This is our main asset. This is our legacy, and it is so important to us to keep the value so that we can share this with our children one day.
Your time's up. Thank you for your comment.
David, do we have the other 2 callers?
Yep, I'm bringing them in right now. Okay, Gerald Baker, you're in the meeting. Press *6 to unmute, and your minute starts now.
Hi, good evening. I want to take a moment to talk about leadership and what it really means to represent an entire community. Mayor Carolyn Torosas has continued to use her platform not as a voice for everyone, but to advance her own priorities, the things she personally supports, the things she wants to see happen. We see it in the housing projects on Ocean, particularly those aimed at the severely mentally ill, and in her broader views on the unhoused, which seem to align more closely with county positions, where she is also employed, than with the concerns of many residents here in Santa Monica. We also see it in her political choices, including her endorsement of Eric Swalwell, an endorsement that, as far as I know, has never been reconsidered or withdrawn. The mayor should represent everyone, not just a set of aligned interests, not just her personal agenda. This position should be used to bring people together, to advocate for the good of the entire community.
Okay, your time is up. Thank you for your comment.
Just want to correct the record that I, day of, rescinded my endorsement of Eric Swalwell. Thank you.
That's it. Yes, Mayor. That's it for our
Okay,
public.
there's going to be one more person, Ethan Koretsky. Okay, Ethan, you are in the meeting. Press *6 to unmute, and your 1 minute starts now.
Good evening, Mayor Torosas and council members. I'm Ethan Koretsky, a Santa Monica resident and Arts Commissioner, and I'm here to speak in honor of Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in California. In Santa Monica, arts and culture are not side notes. They are core parts of our identity, our economy, and our competitive advantage. So as the city implements the realignment plan, expands entertainment zones, and prepares for major activations tied to downtown, the World Cup, and the Olympics, we have a real opportunity to make sure those moments do more than just drive traffic. They should create real opportunities for the people who make Santa Monica feel like Santa Monica, not just artists and creatives, but chefs, cultural producers, and athletes. As council defines success on the scorecard, I hope we measure not just attendance and foot traffic, but also local creative participation and paid opportunities for Santa Monica talent. If the world is coming to Santa Monica, let's make sure it experiences what our creative community has built here. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Koretsky. Okay, that concludes public comment on general agenda items not on the calendar. We will now move on to our special agenda items, and we have a proclamation for Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. And I would like to call forward Sophia Klatzker and Jennifer Boyce.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, community members. Thank you for having us here tonight. It's wonderful to be with you to celebrate April as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month in Santa Monica, alongside National Poetry Month, a time that reminds us how essential creativity in civic life, community connection, and well-being are. My name is Sophia Klatzker. I'm the Cultural Affairs Manager with the City of Santa Monica's Recreation and Art Department. I'm pleased to be here tonight for this joint presentation in partnership with our colleagues in the library, whose work plays such a vital role in expanding access to the arts, learning, and culture across the city. We officially kicked off the statewide month celebration last Friday with our partner Californian for the Arts and honored Senator Ben Allen at the opening of our first ever Santa Monica City Gallery located in Bergamot Station. We're especially honored tonight that Jay Baldwin, Santa Monica's new Poet Laureate, here this evening will read tonight's proclamation and help us mark this meaningful month. Thank you again for this recognition and for your continued support of arts and culture in Santa Monica. Here's Jennifer.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Boyce, Librarian 3 for Adult and Neighborhood Services at the Santa Monica Public Library. Our Poet Laureate program reflects the library's role as a creative and civic space for storytelling, dialogue, and connection. On this 30th anniversary of National Poetry Month, we are proud to announce our second Poet Laureate, Jay Baldwin, and look forward to the inspiring community-centered work they will bring to Santa Monica. Jay was born and raised here, grew up going to the Fairview Branch Library, works as a school librarian in the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District, and is completing a master's degree in library science. They've competed in slam poetry across the West Coast, performed in storytelling shows like The Moth, and are a longtime member of Pride Poets, a collective of LGBTQ+ poets who create custom poems in public spaces. Jay sees libraries and poetry as spaces of activism, belonging, and creative engagement. Jay succeeds our inaugural Poet Laureate, Ann Carmack, who is here tonight. Their mission is to make poetry a visible, living part of civic life, bringing it into public spaces, writing poems for community members, and reminding everyone that they are worthy of a poem. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is my proclamation for National Poetry Month. Whereas I stand proudly before you today as a 40-year resident of this city, humbly offering the many lifetimes I have lived in the name of art and the abiding magic of storytelling. And whereas I once did not see vital parts of my identity reflected in the places where I needed it most, and so art became both refuge and call to action, a place of possibility and a tool for building what was missing. And whereas I was fortunate to grow up in a city that values children's literacy and education, where my mother took me to the Santa Monica Public Library to receive my first library card, and where my teachers at John Adams Middle School and Santa Monica High School nurtured my talent for writing, even when I doubted myself. And whereas we celebrate that it only takes one educator to help an artist step out of the shadows, and that the spark ignited in one poet can light the way for many. Whereas we have chosen a Poet Laureate to witness us, stand with us, and uplift our voices, even in times of profound uncertainty and injustice, and in doing so, affirm our shared commitment to hope, inclusivity, and belonging. And whereas we turn to art not only as a witness, but as a bridge, calling us back to the parts of ourselves that are wild and good and free, reminding us that we belong to each other and to this sacred earth. And whereas we believe that creativity is not reserved for a few, but is the birthright of everyone, and that poetry and the arts invite every resident to express that which is most vital to them, whereas we affirm that art is a living, breathing part of civic life, and we commit alongside the Poet Laureate to creating spaces in Santa Monica where all people feel authentically represented and know that they too are worthy of a poem. Thank you.
Congratulations. So I guess I've been asked to read the last part of the proclamation. So therefore, on behalf of the City Council, we're hereby proclaiming the month of April as Arts, Culture, Creativity, and National Poetry Month in the city of Santa Monica. And we are so proud of our new Poet Laureate. So let's take a picture quickly. You guys already have the proclamation or no? Okay. Okay, let's take it with the proclamation. Yeah. Oh, great. Oh, I think one is fine.
I was looking at the mayor. I was like,
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Okay, now we are going to call forward Shannon Perry to celebrate National Gardening Month.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is, where's your clicker, my friend? My name is Shannon Perry. I am your Chief Sustainability Officer. I have with me tonight Teague Waybright. He is the heart and soul of our community garden program. I'm going to ask you to come stand all the way up here with me if you're willing. I really appreciate that we are getting to go with our friends in the arts and culture community. Many of you will remember that the Arts and Culture Goal Area is the most recent addition to our Sustainable City Plan. And when we made that addition, we used one, what I think is fairly simple explanation. People often talk about sustainability as the three legs of the sustainability stool: economy, equity, and environment. But I don't know about you, I've never really thought about the legs of the stool as the most important part. The purpose of the stool is what it holds up. And what it holds up is the artistic and cultural identity of a community. And so I love that our sustainability commitments are the foundation that hold up this part of our community identity. So the fact that we're all here together tonight is just wonderful to me. So with that, I will stay on track and time. It's my honor tonight to introduce a proclamation recognizing National Gardening Month and Earth Month and celebrating the 50th anniversary of Santa Monica's community gardens, an enduring network of shared green spaces that has defined and enriched our community since 1976. For 5 decades, these gardens have served as a place of connection, stewardship, and resilience, providing residents with opportunities to grow fresh food, build community, and foster beauty and environmental awareness. The Santa Monica Community Garden Program is housed in the Office of Sustainability and the Environment and reflects the city's long-standing commitment to sustainability, local food systems, and equitable access to open space. Across generations, gardeners have cultivated not only fruits and vegetables, but also relationships, knowledge, and a shared sense of responsibility for our environment and our city. As we celebrate this milestone, we also recognize the volunteers, staff, and community members who have contributed more than 1 million hours to our program over the years. To commemorate this anniversary, the Office of Sustainability and the Environment is hosting a series of events celebrating history, impact, and the future of our gardens. I want to make sure you all know that you are invited to join us on Saturday, May 9th from 9 to 11 a.m. for the 50th birthday celebration of our Main Street Garden. This is where it all began. And don't miss our block party on Sunday, June 14th. We'll be celebrating our newest addition to the garden family, the 19th Street Community Farm. This evening, we are honored to invite 8 of our dedicated volunteer gardeners to join us at the podium to read the proclamation. This proclamation, along with the commemorative totes and cups that you have and have seen around, were beautifully designed by Sahana Lindsay. Sahana, can you stand for us? Sahana is a committed environmentalist and a senior at Santa Monica High School. She's been actively involved in our Earth Day poster contest for years, and we would like to thank Sahana for lending her talent to this endeavor. Thank you immensely. We will miss her when she leaves for college this fall. Another Santa Monican we will be proud of. This anniversary offers an opportunity for all of us to reflect on the Santa Monica Community Garden legacy and to reaffirm our individual and collective commitment to cultivating a more sustainable, connected, beautiful, and resilient Santa Monica for generations to come. Thank you for your support on this vital part of Santa Monica, and thank you to Teague for his fearless leadership in keeping this community and this ecosystem and this essential element of our Santa Monica identity so connected and thriving. Thank you, Teague. Thank you. With that, I will welcome Chris Gutierrez, Randy Ziegler, Alina Bezdikian, Kiara Selecta, Martha Bartek, Bill Yost, Cynthia Rose, and Tim Bowler. And I will apologize for any mispronunciation and ask you to introduce yourselves as well.
Good evening. If you did not know, this is the logo for the 50th, which Sahana has drawn. She also has done the artwork for the proclamation. On behalf of the community gardeners, we want to thank you. We want to thank the City of Santa Monica, the City Council, certainly city staff, and anyone who's helped us work with you to bring alive a realm of regeneration, recreation, and beauty where love can abound. With that, the proclamation. Whereas the City of Santa Monica proudly celebrates National Gardening Month and the 50th anniversary of its community garden program, which began with the construction of the Main Street Community Garden in 1976 and has since grown to 7 community gardens that provide residents with welcoming spaces to grow food, connect with nature, and build lasting bonds. And
whereas for 5 decades, Santa Monica Community Gardens have promoted environmental stewardship, sustainable food practices, and urban greening education, contributing to a healthier and more resilient city. And
whereas these community gardens serve as inclusive gathering places that foster intergenerational learning, cultural exchange, and neighborhood pride among residents of all backgrounds. And
whereas the community gardens support local food security and public health by enabling residents to grow fresh, nutritious produce. And
whereas the gardens reduce food waste by redistributing close to 10,000 pounds of surplus produce from local nonprofits and composting 15,000 pounds of organic material from our community composting program and local businesses annually, thereby diverting it from the waste stream. And
whereas Santa Monica's community gardens have been thoughtfully designed to serve as a monarch, butterfly waste stations, and provide habitat for pollinators essential to local biodiversity. And
whereas April is recognized as National Gardening Month,
a time to celebrate the many benefits of gardening, including physical activity, mental well-being, environmental education, and community connection. And
whereas the dedication of residents, gardeners, volunteers, city staff, and community members, partners has been vital to the success and longevity of Santa Monica's community garden program, with residents providing over 1 million hours of public land stewardship over the last 5 decades.
Okay. Now, therefore, we, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim April 2026 as National Gardening Month in honor of the 50th anniversary of Santa Monica's community gardens, and we're encouraging all residents to celebrate the lasting contributions of these gardens to environmental stewardship, community connection, public health, biodiversity, and the quality of life in our city, and to join in celebrating 5 decades of growing together. Let's take a photo.
Please come over. Brianna, it's going to be a big group. Come on, Cindy. Brianna, come on. Come on. Oh, we got a lot of people here. Yeah, you do. Beautiful art, too. Hi. Say prune.
At first I thought I was like, wait, I didn't get Sahana in there. I thought you were.
Okay, thank you all so much for being here and for the enthusiasm. We are now going to move on to public input on items under the consent calendar and closed session only. And everyone will have 1 minute given the number of speakers. So we will call you up and you can come up and approach the mic and just remember to restate your name so we know who's talking. Arlo Timsman, Gonzalo Hernandez, Christina Navarro, Bridie Roberts, Danny Ivanov.
Good evening, Mayor Torosis and members of the council. My name is Arlo Ishmael, and I'm here today as one of the many workers who lost their jobs when Rusty closed their doors on the pier. So for years, Rusty's workers have showed up, served this community, and helped make that space what it was. When doors closed, we were left without When doors closed, we were left without warning and without certainty of our future. Over the past year, we have worked alongside the community members to make sure that what happened to us does not become a pattern. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking for basic fairness and the right to return to the jobs we built. Working on the pier meant being part of something bigger, a shared connection with the community, and a pride to be part of something so beautiful. I'm asking you today to ensure that no workers are left behind when the restaurant reopens. We deserve the chance to come back to work, all of us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Gonzalo Hernandez, Christina Navarro, Bridie Roberts. Gonzalo Hernandez?
I'm going to translate.
Great.
Thank you. ¿Tú lees el tuyo? Yo te lo traduzco.
No, digo es que no entiendo bien, mejor leo esto.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alberto Hernandez. I worked at Rusty on the Santa Monica Pier for 4 years. When Rusty closed last year, it was not just the loss of a job for and my co-worker, it was the loss of stability, community, a place many of had dedicate over a decade of our lives to. Since then, we have stood together with our community to ask for something simple and fair. The right to return to our job when a new operator take over. And part of the pier was more than just a job to me. It was a community when I built a relationship with co-workers, locals, visitors from around the world. I am asking you to stand with us and help ensure that every Rusty worker has a clear and protect path to return to work. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Christina Navarro, Bridie Roberts, Danny Ivanov.
Good evening. My name is Cristina Navarro, and I live in Santa Monica, and I've been hotels working for 22 years. And I'm here because I care deeply about my fellow hospitality work, who were part to Rusting from Santa Monica Pier for many years. Any reopened Rusting located should be served you work or working have the right to return. This reflect to amend law to withdraw the council approved. And when Rusting clause was just the workers whose care affect to or was the whose community the law sang this significant. We are allowed to accept.
No, it's okay. Thank you. Bridie Roberts.
Pastor Bridie Roberts. I am the Community Organizing Director at Unite Here Local 11. As the council deliberates a potential lease at the former site of Rusty's, we encourage the council to continue to do the important work and honor and uphold the worker retention law. The council should reject any applicant's attempt to avoid compliance with the worker retention law. We are concerned by press reports that came out this morning that the current applicant may attempt to bring in less than 100% of the workers back and avoid other requirements in the law. We urge that any agreement that is made follow the law and bring back all the workers. Workers deserve stability, and the worker retention law and the pieces that make it up provide for this and protect the city's interest in having an experienced workforce on city property. An experienced and powerful workforce that bring years of service, who are part of this community and will make any restaurant that is operating there a tremendous success. We thank you for your consideration when you're doing your deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Ivanov. And then we have Brett Morrow, Tommy, Chris, Scott, Camerata, and Angela Scott.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Danny Ivanov, Chair of the Rent Control Board, and I'm speaking tonight in my personal capacity with respect to closed session item 5D, discussing the price and terms of payment for lease with California Roadhouse. I strongly urge the council to approve a proposed lease agreement only if it explicitly contains written provisions offering protections for the former Rusty's workers pursuant to the framework outlined in the Worker Protection Ordinance passed by this council back in February. These provisions, explicitly written into the terms of the lease, must ensure that eligible former employees receive a meaningful opportunity to return to work at the lease premises and must also allow the city to monitor and verify compliance. The loyal, dedicated Rusty's workers at issue here are the backbone of our city's economy. Shame on us if we turn our back on them now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Brett Morrow. I'm speaking on item 5D. I want to start by saying that I support the workers. And supporting the workers and supporting businesses are not in conflict. But we need to be honest about what the bigger picture is here. For decades, the rules have tilted away from workers. Productivity and profits went up, but wages didn't and stability declined. And this is a part of a much bigger problem. We have to remind ourselves, too, that these businesses are operating on public land, supported by public investment, and that should come with a higher standard. We passed right to recall and right to retain. And even though they may not apply in this case, we should do what we set out to do, because the last staff report had some vague language in there about percentages that don't make me feel confident that we will. So let me be clear. Every single Rusty's worker should be offered their job back. And the idea that this is coming from outside or special interests is not true, and it is offensive to me. These workers are a part of the community. Wanting their job back is not.
Thank you. Tommy, Chris, Scott, Camerata, Angela, Scott.
Hi, guys. Thanks for your service. I just came by to support the people trying to open up California Roadhouse. I think they're good people. I've worked with them for a long time. I know them personally. That does not exclude rights of people. I think these people ought to be offered a chance to get their jobs back. But the fact that they worked somewhere doesn't just entitle someone to have a job. Again, unless the law says it does, I don't know. But again, here to support the people trying to open up a business. They would be good partners for Santa Monica. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Scott Camerata, oh, that was you. No, Scott Camerata's coming up. Yeah, come on. Sorry.
Scott Camerata. I'm here to speak about the California Roadhouse. Musician, I've played on the West Side in Santa Monica for over 20 years. I can only speak to the side of having an environment to play live music. It's very important. I think it builds communities from the ground up. I think there's a person here that could attest to that. I've played to thousands and thousands of people over the past 2 years on the West Side directly, and have built communities directly from places that will engage with the community directly. I can't speak to any mandates. I'm not familiar with them, but I do think this is an opportunity to bring back live music to a place that desperately needs it. Thank you.
Angela, Scott, Sam Rod, Russell Bernard.
Good evening, Mayor Terosas, Mayor Pro Tem Zwick. Oh, he's not here. That's right. And council members and City Manager Chi. I stand in strong support of the workers of Rusty Surf Ranch and the advocacy of Unite Here. As the city enters closed session negotiations for the lease at 256 Santa Monica Pier, this moment is about more than terms and pricing. It's about people. The pier is a cornerstone of our local economy, and the workers who have sustained it deserve fairness, dignity, and opportunity. I support the rehire of Rusty's workers and believe that continuity of employment must be part of any agreement. These are individuals who have contributed to the character and the success of our city, and they should not be left behind in the process. Santa Monica has always led with its values, supporting working families, strengthening our workforce, and building an economy that works for everyone. When we invest in long-term health and vibrancy of our community.
Thanks. Samrod.
Hello there. Nice looking city council. Hey, I've been a friend of Sean for over 30 years, and I've seen him build businesses or restaurants, and he is an incredibly caring, passionate business owner, and he treats his staff and his employees like family and loved ones, and he still knows them to this day. And also, the live music scene has been dying. We need to get something back on the pier. The pier has to get its soul back. It needs to get its groove back. And I know all you guys want it too. And I think anything we can do to facilitate a business owner to hire back all these wonderful people but let him run his business and do a good job of it would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ Bernard. And then we have Nick Jackson, Jason Coggins, and Tiffany Walker.
Good evening. I'm Rusty of Rusty Surf Ranch. I've known some of you for years, from service on boards and commissions and the Workforce Development Board, et cetera, et cetera. During my 40 years doing business at the Tavern on Main Street and on the pier. The tavern is still going strong. The pier is still surviving, waiting for another good operator. I'm here tonight because of my 30 years as a leaseholder at 256 Santa Monica Pier. then known as Rusty Surf Ranch. I read with excitement the news about the agreement with the city and the Pier Restoration Corporation for the new operator from California Roadhouse at the former Rusty's. I was then quickly dismayed to learn the agreement regarding the Rusty's site was in jeopardy due to steps being taken by United Here to insert itself in the process at the last moment. I must strongly condemn
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Nick Jackson, Jason Coggins. Thanks.
Good evening. I'm actually here on behalf of my wife, who was a former colleague and associate of Sean Ahas, and she speaks very highly of him. We have 2 children under 2, so she couldn't be here, but she felt I was more qualified to speak because I am a professional musician, and I've been fortunate enough to call it a full-time job since 2014. Before that, my 2 lines of work were always working in music and working in the service industry. And though I'm not a Santa Monica resident, I spent a lot of time here putting in my 10,000 hours performing. I used to play at this place on Main Street between Pico and Ocean Park. It's now a ramen place, but between that, the Victorian/basement tavern, Jameson's, a lot of those gigs went away after COVID, and people don't talk about it enough. I feel sorry for musicians who moved here post-COVID because they have no idea what the live music scene was like beforehand, and it was thriving. Now, not so much. Most of the gigs I do now are relegated to just solo piano, and I'm really blessed to be able to do that, but there's nothing like the energy of a live band with the horns and the bass and the guitar, and
Thank you. Jason Coggins, then Tiffany Walker, Ricardo Greer, Richard Zaringer.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Jason Coggins here, former employee of Rusty's on the Pier, and before that, Rusty's Surf Ranch. So I've seen a few come and go, and I just want to speak in my support for California Roadhouse to take over 256 Santa Monica Pier. I think they have a great model, and I think it could be a really great spot. You know, get it really vibing in there, get the live music going. It's going to have a big summer, and I think they'd be a really, really good addition to Santa Monica and to the Pier. So that's all I have to say, and, you know, it's for your consideration. Thank you.
Tiffany Walker.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm here to support Sean A. House and the California Roadhouse. I actually have worked with Sean from the Palm, and no one can do restaurants and service in a vibe that people want to do and go to like Sean. And I know union work as well. They're both equally something that's needed in the world, and Sean is the one who can bridge the gap. And I really do think that the pandemic did something, and Santa Monica Pier is where I used to go to write music, and there's a vibe that's just missing. And I only think that Sean and his people know what to do, and to really make the pier, like where you want to go, not Manhattan Beach, not Venice. Let's bring it back. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
So we have Ricardo Greer, Richard Zaringer, Scott Reed, Sean Ahas.
Hello again, council members and mayor. I'm here to speak on my support on California Roadhouse. And as a SoCal resident, as someone who spends countless hours at the beach, at the pier, and I spend a lot of hours at Rusty's with a lot of these workers here that did lose their jobs, and I know how they were affected. And it is sad to see. And of course, I want to see them with the opportunity to get their jobs back. I want to see the opportunity for the culture to reemerge and at the pier with live music, with that culture, with dance that brings people together, brings families, you know, and kids and people. So I really would love to see that come back to the pier and just see the restoration of that. And I know these guys will be the ones to do it. So thank you for your support.
Thank you. Is Richard here? Yep. Okay, great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Richard Zeringer. I used to be a former employee at Rusty's. I recognize a few of you. I'm happy to be here. It's my first time. I'm happy to be here in support of Roadhouse, California. I wish I could speak like a lawyer, but I will not. I don't know how to. But I feel like this is just a restaurant, and these people want to create value here in Santa Monica. I feel that, in my opinion, from an unbiased point of view, Rusty's was one of the best bars in Santa Monica. He brought people from all over the world and families and all ethnicities and all situations. And I'm not sure necessarily to understand fully why I'm here speaking in favor for those guys. I feel like it's a big statement. I feel like we're not trying to open a gun store. They are just trying to open a restaurant and have some value in the community. It's a nice place for some music. In my opinion, it shouldn't be too big. Thank you so much.
Scott Reed here? Yes. Yeah.
How are y'all doing? My name is Scott Reed. I've known Sean for over 40 years, and I've watched Sean grow and build restaurants from the ground up. And this is a great opportunity for the city of Santa Monica, for Sean, and for all the workers. You all want your jobs back, right? Talk to Sean, okay? Everybody here, get the lease done. Talk to him. These people could have been back to work 6 months ago, all right? Having unnecessary red tape, costing people money, costing them time, having people out of work, it's all unnecessary. He's an open-minded guy. He loves people. He knows how to run a business. And he'll put these people right back to work. And you'll have a great city with a great, thriving restaurant. Plus, I'm a piano player, and I want to go play. Thanks.
Great. We now have Sean.
Good evening, Council, City Manager, and Mayor. Thank you for your time today. My name is Sean Ahas, and I represent the California Roadhouse, an exciting new restaurant and live entertainment venue working to bring much-needed jobs, live entertainment, and music together with great foods and beverages on our Santa Monica Pier. We have a proposal submitted to the Council that, if passed, will provide much-needed job and economic growth for our city. The proposal we currently have submitted to the city provides for new jobs and full job training for every single former Rusty's worker that was working at 256 Santa Monica Pier when Rusty's closed. I just want to make that perfectly clear. The proposal I have right now in front of the city. I'm here to ask for your support in passing our proposal without further delay so we can open the California Roadhouse as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Reed, Scott Reed, Mo Ahaus. Sorry if I'm pronouncing your last name wrong, Mr. Ahaus. Mo Ahaus, Cooper, Brower, Tommy, Chris.
Hello, I'm Jason Reed. I'm here in support of the California Roadhouse. Sean Ahas and I have known each other most of our lives. We're actually partners at Vito Restaurant. So that's what we own right now. And something about the employees, and of course, I believe they share our opportunity as well. We kept everybody at Vito, 100%. So when we bought the restaurant, we met with everybody. We loved them all. They were qualified. We kept every one of them. So he'll do the same thing. He will interview them, and the people that should get a job, they will definitely get their job back. So please support Roadhouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Scott Reed here? Okay.
That was me.
Oh, you already talked. Okay.
Thank you.
Mo.
Evening, everybody. Thanks for taking the time to hear this out. I just wanted to kind of express my support for the opening of California Roadhouse to bring live music back to Santa Monica. Sean's my half-brother that I recently reconnected with. Really excited on working with this project, working on this project with him. And seeing the way he's run his current business, Vito in Santa Monica, I'm confident that it'll be a great success. Help bring more jobs, bring everybody back to work, bring more jobs to Santa Monica, and go with the Creativity Month element of supporting live music and really furthering that community identity. So I think California Roadhouse is the perfect place to do that. I hope everybody agrees and we can take advantage of this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Is Cooper Brower here? Tommy, Chris? Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading the names I got. Steve Cohen. Oh, are you Cooper?
I'm Cooper.
Great.
Cooper
Come
Brown.
on down.
I've known Sean for probably about 20 years. Worked with at the Palm, and he's an incredible restaurateur. He's really a people person. If you haven't met Sean, you need to go into Vito and to the Roadhouse. It's going to be a great thing. You just really need to get the restaurant up. He's incredible with people. He's incredible at running restaurants, and I think he'll be fantastic an asset for the city. Thank you.
Great. Steve Cohen.
Hello, thank you for giving me a moment. Music, sunshine, Santa Monica, the beach. I don't think anybody here would have a problem with having a great meal with a sunset and some great music, affording these people their jobs back, musicians to work. I'm a 31-year restaurant guy, retired. I know what it takes to open a restaurant and work every day, family owned and operated. Give this guy the chance to do what he wants to do, provide jobs, safety, security, good food, good service. It's very simple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Perry, is there a Perry here? Great, we have a Perry, and then I think Jason Reed and Scott Reed already went. Corey Lamb is next, and then Jonathan Foster.
Hello, I'm Perry. I actually know Sean A. House from San Gabriel Country Club when he was our food and beverage manager, and I've firsthand seen what he can do with the food, beverage, when they've brought in live entertainment for special events, when people have called in and wanted him to do private events at the club. And I know for a fact he can do a good job. I'm sure he'll be able to provide everyone their jobs back with no problem at all. And it's just a shame he's not getting the opportunity to do that, even though I've seen him successfully do this before. And that's just all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Corey Lamb.
Hi, thank you guys very much for this opportunity. I just also wanted to come and speak on behalf of Sean A. Haas and the 256 Santa Monica Pier Lease. I worked for Rusty's on the pier for 6 years, and it was a fantastic place, fantastic environment, almost like a beacon on the Santa Monica Pier, which was our most cherished part of the city, really. Drives all the tourism in, drives even locals, everything. And it's just, it saddens me that I still go down to the Santa Monica Pier just to see it still closed down when I know it has so much potential and so much value to our whole local economy and just our local culture. And long story short, I'm just in support of having the lease go through again and seeing that like little dim light that we had on the Santa Monica Pier shine again, so all of Santa Monica can shine on as a whole community. And I think it's a great opportunity, and I think Sean Ayas is the man to do it. Thank you for your time.
Great. Jonathan Foster.
Hi, Jonathan Foster. I was going to speak on a second reading, which I'm not allowed to speak on, but when I was in the line to sign up, I had a small conversation with these people, so I thought I'd do this for us.
Everything is fucked up as usual,
So live music, here we go. Yeah, so I think Jim approves. Jim approves from the grave that we should have a roadhouse on 3rd Street, on the pier, and they should have live music there. But the reason I came up to speak is when I was speaking to them out there, they seem to not know what the hang-up is for 6 months. What's the hang-up for 6 months? Why is this taking 6 months? Nobody seems to know, and I can't know, right, because it's a closed session. But why? What's the...
Thank you. Did anyone sign up to speak on this item that I did not call because we were rushing through? Okay, that concludes public comment on Oh, you have one? Come through. Yeah, are you here for the 16 items though? Yeah. That's gonna be later. Sorry, this was just public input on consent calendar and closed session only. Actually, I'm just looking. We don't have any phone callers. Okay. So we will now move to the consent calendar. I don't know, Madam Clerk, if you want to announce anything here.
The consent calendar, all items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion. We need to note that item 4A is being removed. You said that earlier because it was already approved on 3/24. And item 4B, Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to be recusing. I'll just make an announcement. I'm going to be recusing myself from item 4B, which is a general services agreement with LA County, an abundance of caution, even though there's no material conflict of interest. This contract will be entered into directly with my employer, and although this contract will not have any direct impact on my salary or employment with the county, I will recuse myself in order to avoid even the appearance of a conflict. And then additionally, I have pulled item 4E. Were there any other polls?
Were there any more items that council members wanted to have pulled? Seeing none?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar except for the pulled items and to ask Councilmember Hall to serve as the temporary chair in your absence.
Second. Although, can we voice vote or do we roll call?
No.
Roll call.
No.
There's money. Okay, great.
Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Dergete?
Yes.
And Mayor Terosis?
Yes. If I might suggest that we do 4E before I walk out for 4B, if that would be okay.
Okay.
With my colleagues. Great. So I don't know who's here on 4E. That's the Clarity Software Permitting and Land Use Management System. It's a $1.4 million contract. Are you going to be? Okay. I will,
Madam Mayor.
I don't need a staff report unless anyone else needs one. No. Okay. So I have a couple of questions, and I just want to make a couple of statements. So the staff report describes the contract as an exception to the competitive bidding process under our municipal code. Staff, I asked some questions in the lead up to this item, and staff has told us that a competitive RFP process did occur in 2024. Why does the staff report not say that? And if a competitive process happened, why is this being categorized as a sole source exception, or an exception to our sole source?
No, for sure. The nuance in this case is when the Clarity permitting software was initially procured, it was through a third-party firm called Spiridion that was the salesperson point of contact for the overall permitting system. The agreement that we entered into was with Spiridion to utilize the Clarity permitting software. As we continue to move forward with the permitting program implementation, the request here is to basically continue with the existing agreement utilizing Clarity, but not have it be engaged through Spiridion, the implementer, but instead have it be directly with Clarity moving forward. So the exception here is that the initial RFP was procured correctly to secure Clarity as the software system through a third party, Spiridion. We're now just simply shifting the agreement to Clarity directly, not as a pass-through with the implementing company, Spiridion, at this moment.
Okay, just contract transparency is really important to me. This, our permitting software is like a major pillar of the realignment plan and ensuring that we are, expediting our permitting and ensuring that businesses, homeowners, et cetera, are able to get through that process. So going forward, when staff brings a contract forward from a prior competitive process, can we make sure that it's more clear in the staff report? Because that's really important, I think, to the public.
Certainly.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions? Great. So again, I'm not questioning whether Clarity is the right vendor. You explained the process. I just want to make sure that we don't have to ask this question in the future.
No, that's an oversight on my part. We'll make sure we address moving forward.
Thank you. Does anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move we approve this item, and thank you, Mayor, for those questions.
I'll second.
Okay. Councilmember Zerniskaya?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Trosis.
Yes.
That passes.
Councilman Hall, get at it.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we'll wait for the mayor to leave the room. Okay. 4B is adoption of a resolution authorizing renewal of general services agreement with with the County of Los Angeles.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions from members of the council? Any comments?
I'll move this item.
Second.
And who's second? I'm sorry.
Councilmember Raskin.
Okay. Who made the motion?
Moved by Councilmember
moved by
Snell
Council Snell.
and seconded by Councilmember Raskin.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't tell the voices.
That's okay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya. Yes. Okay, and so that passes.
And that was a yes from Councilmember Zarinskaya since
Yes,
her
sorry.
microphone was
For
off.
some reason, this didn't turn on.
Okay. Can someone ask the mayor to come back?
I think she might have just gone into closed session, so if we can hear the closed session items, please.
Okay. Okay, closed session, you have several items. You have an existing litigation, and this is the John Doe, several John Does. Next, we have another existing litigation. It's the city versus ICSOP. Another existing litigation, the city, Lisa Parsons versus the city. We have a real estate negotiation. It's for 256 Santa Monica Pier. City negotiator is the city manager. The owner of record is the city of Santa Monica. And this is with the California Roadhouse. And it's what's being negotiated is under negotiation is price and terms of payment for lease. Then we have 5E, which is another real estate property, 2525 Michigan. This is Bergamot Station. And again, the city manager will be negotiating on the city's behalf. The city owns the property. And under negotiation, again, is price and terms of payment. And then finally, we have a public employee evaluation. The title is city manager, city clerk, and city attorney. And those are your closed sessions.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, okay. Sorry, I really had to go to that. Did we already say when we're returning, an hour?
In accordance with your agenda management, we will return in 1 hour.
Great. That will be at 8:21.
Tonight, it's a privilege to address the City Council and the city staff. I appreciate the time and correspondence and consideration several of you have extended to me over the past 6 months. I'm a Santa Monica resident. I live in the Sunset Park neighborhood with my family, my 2 kids, my dog, my wife. I also maintain an office here in the city. I've applied to serve on the Transit Occupancy Tax Advisory Committee. Some of you may say, why the TOT Advisory Committee? I say, first and foremost, it's an opportunity to serve our community and contribute meaningfully to the city. I serve and have served on several nonprofit and professional organizational boards, and community civic engagement has always been a consistent priority for me throughout my life. Professionally, my background spans real estate, finance, and budgeting. Much of my career has been spent working on capital projects, development, infrastructure, in close collaboration with municipalities. I would bring a thoughtful and analytical perspective to the committee, one focused on interpreting key metrics, evaluating trade-offs, and aligning financial decisions with broader community goals. Beyond the numbers, I have a genuine stake in the long-term health of our city and the well-being of our neighbors. As a resident, I appreciate the council's leadership, significant efforts undertaken, and the difficult decisions required to implement the realignment plan. I'm already seeing the positive impact it is having on our community, and I truly am seeing it. So I appreciate the hard work you guys are doing with it. I would welcome the opportunity to contribute to that progress, hoping to inform thoughtful, balanced recommendations on the allocation of TOT revenues. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, council members. My name is Matt Goldenberg, and I'm seeking appointment to the Recreation and Parks Commission. I come before you as a son of this city, somebody who grew up on these fields, learned to swim in these pools, and knows much of who he is to the parks of Santa Monica. I come as a physician, as a parent, and as a neighbor. As a physician, I know that green space is not a luxury. It's a lifeline. Parks reduce stress, restore the mind, and strengthen the bonds that hold a community together. And the data is clear. Residents that live within walking distance of a park have measurably better health outcomes than those who do not. Parks are not amenities. Parks are medicine. As a parent, I've watched my 2 daughters run, discover, and grow in the same spaces where I once played. What we preserve today, they will inherit tomorrow. As a neighbor raised in a townhome half a block from Lincoln Middle School, I know that public land is not an abstraction. It's where community is born, where equity is expressed, and where the city keeps its promises. My career has been built on listening, finding common ground, and moving forward together. As the co-chair, NOMA, I helped unite diverse voices around one vision: natural grass on all public land in Santa Monica. And that's the discipline, purpose, and commitment that I bring in service of something larger than ourselves. Santa Monica's parks are not simply open space. They're where we heal, breathe, and remember who we are. And we stand in a once-in-a-generation moment, a chance to build something that will outlast us all. Not merely a great park, a legacy. The work will not be easy. No work worth doing ever is, but if we work together, think boldly, and serve equitably, we can make the park's vision plan not just a document, but a destination. Together, we can activate every park, from pocket parks to flagship parks alike, with arts, culture, and programming. It gives every resident a reason to gather. Together, we can connect every neighborhood to green spaces, open fields, and clean air. Together, we can serve our athletes, advance equity, and continue to lead the region in environmental sustainability, not as rival priorities, but as a single promise to the future. If given the opportunity, I will not rest, not until the park's vision plan is real, not until equity is felt, not until we built the Santa Monica that future generations will be even more proud to call home. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Karen Betancourt, and then we have Perry, Brian Kerrigan, Brad Ewing.
Hi, I'm Karen Betancourt. I'm applying to be considered for the Personnel Board vacancy. I bring 30 years of supervisory experience, whether it's in personal or privately held, publicly held, being on both sides of the space, and know the importance of having an engaged citizenry and independent, truly independent voices, making sure that there's a firm appeals process. Particularly, I've experienced and seen and applied as a manager or a leader bad policies implemented well, great policies implemented poorly, and the need for complete fairness and an engaged citizenry. So I appreciate the consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Just really quick, Perry, Brian Kerrigan, don't see you guys. So Brad Ewing. And then Daniel Campbell, Jonathan Foster, Jessica Bauer.
Good evening, Council. I'm Brad Ewing speaking on my own behalf tonight. Really quickly on 11A, just speaking in support. I think a beachside festival is an incredible opportunity for our city. Other cities are already eating our lunch, like San Diego, Long Beach, and even Huntington Beach. So I believe Santa Ravica is going to be a massive opportunity for the residents that live here and the tourists that want to come spend money here. And then on 16E, I put an application for the Parks and Rec Committee. I would love the opportunity to serve. I'm a 10-year rec control tenant in Santa Monica. Our parks are literally my backyard. In a dense and growing city with a majority of renters, our parks serve as essential third places for all of us. And whether it's walking my dog in Palisades Park or getting dunked at basketball at the Reed courts by kids that are less than half my age, it's good for me. And if chosen to serve on the board, my goals are to, one, see the city pursue long-term land banking so every resident lives a short walk from their closest park. 2, to address the shortage of active use facilities, in particular pools and sports fields. And 3, to expand cultural opportunities with a focus on the arts and music. I'm committed to collaborating with staff, fellow commissioners, and members of the community to help us become the model that other cities look to for parkland stewardship. Thank you for your consideration, and have a good night.
Great. Daniel Campbell. And then again, Jonathan Foster, Jessica Bauer. And that's all we have. So if you signed up to speak and you don't hear your name being called, talk to our clerk.
Hello, everybody. How are you tonight? I'm going to try not to race through everything. If you want more information on me, you saw the application. So, good evening, Council. Appreciate the invitation to speak about RPC tonight with you. My name's Daniel Campbell. Over the years, I've been fortunate enough to work with city staff, the district, and our community partners to support our fields and facilities and programs. It allowed me to stay closely connected to our community and through youth, adult, and school sports. And here's how. I just sat and listened to people. I asked them to sit down, have a cup of coffee, consider all the perspectives to any issue that's out there, debate it with rigor, reach a consensus and move forward. But this only happens with honesty and fairness and transparency, as this council professes. You may know my advocacy is for space and sports, and I do not consider one sport more beneficial than another. But I care deeply that our community has access to parks, fields, and facilities. So thank you for the consideration, and I'll work hard and do my best. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you. Jonathan Foster, Jessica Bauer.
Hello again, Jonathan Foster. I believe this is 11A staff report, G ordinances, special events. So I was out there a little while ago where they had something on all 3 blocks, and there was a discussion about whether or not we could play there, and they said that we can play and all this kinds of stuff. And I was kind of wondering, when they say the city is going to choose a spot or more than one is going to pick a spot for a performer to perform in, is that really the 501c3, or who in the city is actually picking that spot? A CSO, a PSO, a actual blue police officer? Who's picking that spot? The 501c3 that I don't appreciate? And when you erode the bottom, you always lose. And this all just happened. And I just had a conversation with Jeremy Ferguson here. He just told me this change was coming. How come I always know that things are going to get voted on here and there's no vote took place yet, but we know that you are going to pass bullcrap? That's what just happened with 4F. That's why you got to do this, because they want to have big DJs and PAs out there. And today you just had 4F Is that what it was? No. Today, 2A Proclamation Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. And when you have 3 blocks out on 3rd Street Promenade, you know the healthiest thing in Santa Monica is to have us street performers there. That's true. They interact with us. Yeah, I know so many married people's children. They come up to the drum set and we have the best time. It's amazing. And you guys have them serving beer out there, and now it's going to be cigarettes with the vape and the pot. You people are crazy. People are crazy. This is not what should happen.
Jessica Bauer.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thanks for having me. I'm Jessica Bauer, and I'm a resident of Santa Monica, and I've applied for a position on the Parks and Recreation Committee. I am also the founder of a local run club called Carb Loaders, and we spend a lot of time eating and running around Santa Monica, bringing together residents to support local businesses and activate our public spaces. And through that work, I've seen just how important our parks and public spaces are to building a sense of community, promoting health and wellness, and also to promoting economic vitality in the neighborhoods in which we live. Professionally, I work in communications and community engagement, and I would bring that lens to the commission, making sure that we not only have very strong programming, but also strong awareness and communication and participation about those programs. If I'm appointed, my focus would be on expanding access to recreation, strengthening local partnerships, and continuing to make sure that our Santa Monica parks are welcoming to all and well utilized. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the comments on this item. Is there more? No, that's for the.
That's it.
And I don't see any on the phone.
No, we don't. We don't have any on.
Great. So is there a staff presentation for 10A, first reading of the ordinance for the property maintenance code? Bueller? Great.
All right, good evening. My name is Daniel Mick. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Santa Monica. Tonight's item is a request from staff for a code amendment, which creates a bridge in the Property Maintenance Code, Chapter 1302, to the State Civil Code, 1941.1, and makes violations of the Civil Code subject to the city's Property Maintenance Code. As you may remember, back in September of 2023, as part of a larger neighborhood preservation program, the city adopted its first comprehensive property maintenance program. It was also joined with the Vacant Properties Code and the Public Nuisance Code, but it's been wonderful. It really does encompass a big portion of what code enforcement does on a day-to-day basis. Now, a significant number of our amount of our time is spent in code addressing concerns of residential habitability concerns. And the primary law that we look to is the Health and Safety Code 17920.3. It lists about 40 or so conditions, which, if serious enough, would render a unit uninhabitable. I believe they use the term substandard in that code. And these would be conditions that would be a threat to the health and safety of the occupant. I'm not going to go through all of them. There's just a few of those examples on the screen. But there's also the Civil Code, 1941.1. It lists several broad conditions that are required for tenantability. Effectively the same thing as habitability, substandard, they're all basically interchangeable. So Civil Code 1941.1 really establishes that implied warrant of habitability that I'm sure we're all familiar with. But these conditions that are listed in 1941.1, they're not as all-encompassing and they're much broader. They're not nearly as specific as 17920.3. Now, while there is a lot of overlap between the two state codes, there are some conditions in the Civil Code that are not found in the Health and Safety Code. AB 628 became effective January of this year, and it created the requirement that landlords provide a properly working stove and refrigerator. So what we're asking is that we add language to the property maintenance code, creating that bridge to the civil code. So this is effectively what we're looking at. Chapter 1302 establishes the minimum requirements of all properties. They must all meet in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the community. That includes aesthetics. Now, letter Q under 1302.060 incorporates all the substandard conditions of the health and safety code into the property maintenance code. So that just serves as the bridge to the health and safety code. Letter R allows us to declare a unit uninhabitable if the conditions are serious enough. So really what we're asking is just to add the green language there to create that bridge in Q and R to the civil code. So this would allow code enforcement to better enforce the provisions of state law, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. I don't see any questions in the queue, colleagues. Okay. Does anyone have a comment?
I just want to thank him for bringing it forward. You just kind of do a cleanup. I'm ready to move this item.
I'll second.
Can I just ask, and I know, G, I think you'd answered this before, and I apologize for not bringing this up earlier. So there are some other parts of the civil code, like 1941.8, that also talk about other conditions. I would just ask, hopefully we can incorporate in our motion that in the future we can come back with further refinements based on those other parts of the code.
Yeah, I've had discussions with the city attorney's office as well as Jing, kind of try to figure out like how would we want to approach this. It's certainly something we can do in a fairly short order.
And I would also just clarify that I did ask staff questions in advance of this meeting. The definition of uninhabitable that we're defining tonight is not going to affect any cases that are
correct
in progress, so we can implement this on a going forward basis. And I just thank you because I think we've been a leader on tenant protections, and let's continue to do that. So is there a motion on the floor?
There was a motion second, but I want to clarify what Councilman Raskin said. So there's other items that could also be cleaned up, for the lack of a better way of saying it, in this particular code?
Yeah, I mean, there are some other portions of the civil code. I'm thinking in particular of one other portion of the same, it's the same area of the code around 1941.1. 1941.8 talks about situations where there are natural disasters and like ash or debris make a building uninhabitable.
Okay.
So obviously, I love we're moving forward with this tonight. I'm hoping we can just come back in the future with further refinements. Okay. And great work, team. Really good work.
Who seconded, Madam Clerk?
Councilman Raskin.
Okay, great. So we're ready for a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, Councilman Hall. Second.
Councilmember Hall, second.
Councilman Hall.
So
I made a
Snell,
motion.
yeah.
Okay, so the motion was made by Councilmember Snell and second by Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zarnaskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Terosis?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mick. Appreciate you.
Next, we have item 11A, advancing major events. Give me a second, Peter. Let me pull that up for you.
Good evening, council. Good evening, audience. My name is Peter James. I'm in the city manager's office. Waiting for that presentation to come up. Good evening, Oliver.
Sorry, Peter.
We've got a great show for you tonight.
There you go.
Tonight, we're going to be talking about some major license agreements that we're bringing forward, as well as some code amendments that are necessary to seize the opportunity. Santa Monica is entering a rare and highly visible period of opportunity tied to FIFA 26, LA 28, and related global activity. And this presentation is about how the city can prepare now with the right agreements, code updates, and policy framework so that when opportunities come forward, Santa Monica is ready. And we'll be ready to respond strategically, protect community interests, and capture long-term civic and economic value. The opportunity is clear. Support local businesses, attract visitors, generate international visibility, and reinforce Santa Monica's identity as a premier coastal destination. The strategy is to move from an ad hoc basis and response to a curated pipeline of opportunities guided by operational readiness, fiscal responsibility, and public benefit. The recommended actions before you tonight work together as one package. They authorize negotiations on 3 major opportunities. They modernize portions of the municipal code and establish event-specific resolutions, as well as adopting environmental findings. Together, these actions create a clearer framework for moving forward in a disciplined and consistent way. This slide highlights that the legislative pieces are interconnected. The code amendments, that's the ordinance that's in the recommended actions, provide the overall framework. The resolutions apply that framework to specific events, and the agreements establish the enforceable terms. That layered approach gives the city flexibility where needed while maintaining structure and accountability. This work is grounded in 3 simple principles that we've discussed before: full cost recovery, operational readiness, and public benefit. The city's objective is not just to attract high-profile events, but to do so in a way that avoids subsidy, ensures strong planning, and delivers visible value to residents, businesses, as well as visitors. So up next, I'll introduce you to 3 event opportunities that we previewed for you in December that have since matured to finalization. Each one is different in scale and format, but they're all being evaluated through the same framework: public value, operational feasibility, financial responsibility, and protection of city assets. The Pitchside Club. This proposal would bring a World Cup themed band activation to the pier in June of 2026. That's less than 60 days away. It's designed as a high-energy, high-visibility experience tied to one of the world's largest sporting events, with the potential to increase foot traffic, support nearby businesses, and showcase Santa Monica during a globally recognized moment. The images on this slide help illustrate the atmosphere and visibility this activation would create. The key point is that while the event is exciting and highly marketable, it would also be governed by clear city oversight around safety, accessibility, circulation, and restoration, so that the public benefits are matched by strong operational controls. The Golden Voice concert. Golden Voice represents a complementary opportunity on the cultural side. A music and cultural festival of this kind could broaden Santa Monica's event portfolio, draw major regional attention, and generate meaningful support for hotels, restaurants, and local businesses while sustaining momentum beyond the World Cup period. This map shows the scale of the production, and in versions that we have seen in the city manager's office, there's also a production quality that is unparalleled, demonstrating Golden Voice's experience as a global event partner. It also underscores why a clear city framework is so important. Events of this size require thoughtful planning around mobility, sound, public safety, sustainability, accessibility, and neighborhood impacts. And those issues are central to how staff and Golden Voice are evaluating the proposal. And we have members of the team from Golden Voice here in the audience tonight, should you wish to dig any further. The Nation's Village concept is one of the most significant opportunities under consideration for the LA 28 period at this moment in time. It combines broadcast activity, hospitality, public engagement, and brand activation at Crescent Bay Park and Lot 4 South. It's a little over 2.2 acres. It also includes a legacy improvement through the restoration of the historic pergola that's located in that park. What makes this proposal especially compelling, although not in this graphic, and it is its scale, duration, and international visibility. It would position Santa Monica not just as a scenic backdrop, but as an active participant during the Olympic and Paralympic period, with the potential for sustained broadcast exposure, visitor activity, and long-term public benefit. So as staff reviewed these opportunities, it became clear that a stronger regulatory framework was also needed. The following section is about making sure the city has modern tools to manage major temporary activations in a way that preserves oversight, supports flexibility, and aligns event approvals with clear operating conditions. The legislative layer cake. This slide explains the legal structure behind the package. The ordinance is the permanent toolkit, the resolutions are the targeted activators, and the agreements are the enforceable contracts. This structure matters because each layer supports the next, allowing the city to be flexible without losing control or clarity. The ordinance is not about weakening standards. In fact, it's about modernizing the city's toolkit so that extraordinary temporary events can be evaluated case by case. Any flexibility granted here would be limited, conditional, tied to findings, and linked to requirements around restoration, safety, and minimizing impacts on surrounding uses. The resolutions apply that toolkit to specific events. They're not blanket exemptions, and they do not stand on their own. Instead, they allow council to authorize narrow, event-specific flexibility where warranted, and only in connection with the ordinance and negotiated agreement terms. The code amendments that you'll find in the staff report focus on the areas most relevant to large temporary events, including park and beach use, noise, street performers, and signs. The overall goal is to make the city's rules more current and workable for major events, while still preserving public safety, operational clarity, and city authority. Now, this slide connects the sign code amendments to a broader storefront revitalization strategy. First, the ordinance would apply the same content-neutral time, place, and manner rules to all temporary signs citywide, creating a clearer and more consistent framework. Secondly, on the promenade, the proposal would limit extended temporary signage to tenant spaces with active construction or a completed plan check application, helping align signage flexibility with real occupancy activity rather than prolonged vacancy branding. And on this slide, council may wish to provide direction on one narrow policy question: whether to adjust the maximum duration for temporary signs on the promenade with options such as 6 months, 12 months, or 18 months, but not less than the citywide standard of up to 120 days. And for questions on this content, we have Heidi and Jing in the audience. So what is before council tonight is not simply a set of approvals. It's the foundation for how Santa Monica will meet a rare moment of global attention, with preparation, with discipline, and with ambition equal to the opportunity. Done well, these actions will allow the city to welcome the world in a way that is inspiring, operationally sound, and fiscally responsible, while turning short-term events into long-term public value. At its best, this is more about readiness for what is coming. It is about shaping a legacy of civic benefit, economic vitality, and renewed confidence in what Santa Monica can be. The recommended actions that follow are the steps needed to bring that vision to life. And as I conclude this presentation, this slide stands as a recognition of the many hands across City Hall that make opportunities like these possible. Events of this scale do not simply arrive. They are earned through steady collaboration, persistence, and an extraordinary amount of public service. There are over 120 names on this slide, and this is just our activities since December. Staff across departments have helped bring these opportunities to Santa Monica, keep them here, and shape them into experiences that are not only well-managed, but welcoming, festive, and meaningful for the community. In that sense, this slide is more than a thank you to these 120 staff. It is a reflection of a city moving forward, thoughtfully, confidently, and together. Amen.
Thank you. This is, despite the laughter, this is obviously very important to us. If you have any comments or questions, please put yourself in the queue. Is it questions or comments? Well, do we have questions? I don't see any questions. Please put yourself in the queue if you'd like to make a comment. Councilmember Hall.
I'll just be brief. My grandmother asked me recently on a call about what we're trying to do and like what my agenda has been while being on council. And I thought for a second and I responded, well, we're trying to make Santa Monica clean, safe, affordable, and fun. And tonight we're working on fun. And I'm really excited and just want to say thank you to staff for all of the hard work on all of these events. There was a TikTok recently that I'm sure many saw about, it was a Gen Z influencer creator who was kind of poking fun, well, straight up making fun of Santa Monica for investing so much in the entertainment zone, and said Santa Monica is doing everything possible to revitalize their economy, and then leaning in on things that Gen Z doesn't care about, like drinking on the promenade. So to that influencer, I say, pay attention to this vote, because I think we're about to do something really cool here that will set us off on a really good trajectory. And I just want to thank, again, every name that's up here. I won't go through them all, obviously, but thank you for acknowledging them, Peter, particularly for taking my crazy idea that we should bring a music festival here. So I see the Golden Voice team in the audience, Melissa and crew. Thank you for bringing this to us, and I think we're really excited and in for a treat here. So excited for our partnership moving forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
I too want to be brief. I just want to thank the staff and Peter for bringing this forward. This is, as Councilman Hall has said, this is part of our revitalization plan where we're going to have major activations, which is something that I don't know if Santa Monica has ever done before at this level. And so I think that the fact that we've taken the time to really think about how to create these large events and have a blueprint to do that is very important. My only question with respect to the temporary signage ordinance, I didn't see where maybe I shouldn't. With respect to businesses, how does it affect them with respect to their operations as far as their businesses as to activating the inside of their business, or does that play into this particular ordinance?
I presume you're talking about for the promenade, not
Right.
citywide. So
Right.
this is really just a clarification of, when council adopted the code amendments back in October 2024, really the basis for the expanded duration for temporary signage on the promenade.
Right.
Because everywhere else in the city, it's like 30, 60, or 120 days, no more than that. What we heard on the promenade from property owners and brokers, and it really being, a place where we're focusing a lot of investment, was an interest in being able to advertise, like, for example, if you recall the Google store, right, while they were under construction, as sort of a coming soon notion, is what they really wanted that flexibility for. So the basis of it really was like, going to be in these situations where they were under active construction, something was coming soon. So this is really just adding that clarification. That was the purpose of the extended duration. It wasn't just for having a temporary, sign for a long time, like without that connection of an actual business opening.
Gotcha, makes sense. Well, I want to thank everyone again on staff, and I'm really excited about seeing these events come forward. Thank you.
Councilor Negrete.
Just keeping it brief. This is my background. Twilight series was something that I have fond memories of, and this is taking it up quite a few notches. So I know that there was a lot of thought that went into how this impacts the community to make sure that the residents were thought about. First and foremost, our local businesses as well. And from what I've heard from businesses the last 2 months is they're really excited about this opportunity to be involved in the economic rebound of our city. They need foot traffic. We need people experiencing our city. And I mean, really, we have to think about how this is really at the epicenter of us rebranding ourselves. So I think we're working with some amazing people who just came off a little thing called Coachella. So I think we're in good hands. And thank you to the team and all those names up there. I just want to say thank you for putting that up there because I did not know that was. Are those repeats in there? Some of those okay,
yeah.
but those are a lot of names. So thank you, and also a very riveting presentation over there.
Councilor Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So first, I had just one quick question, kind of building off of Councilmember Snell's question about the temporary signage time limit. So the question posed to the council is whether we want to have a 6, 12, or 18-month limit. And I wanted to ask, how long does a typical business build out take?
I mean, we actually just had a great meeting, I think, with some restaurant operators today. They said everything goes well from the time they issue a permit. The restaurant should be able to open within 6 months.
If everything goes well.
If everything goes well, yeah. We landed on 12 months because that's sort of the flexibility we had heard, back then from brokers and property owners. We just understand through feedback, there may be a desire to revisit that duration. So right now it's a 12 plus a 6, actually a 6-month extension, which is kind of an odd way to do that given that temporary signs actually don't require a permit. So to simplify that, if you were thinking about something longer, then just call it 18 months. But I think, I wouldn't personally recommend something less than 6 months just because that build out can, obviously take that amount of time.
If my colleagues are amenable, I'd be comfortable with 12 months.
And that's current code, just so you know. Yeah.
I have different opinions about that.
I mean, I'm open to other.
Councilmember Raskin.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, keep going. Yeah,
I
yeah.
had just a quick comment as well. Just wanted to echo the thanks to all of the staff for putting this together. And thanks to our partners in the community, Golden Voice is here tonight, for getting this in front of us and for creating this really great opportunity for our community and for our region, really. And I think I probably wouldn't be alone in saying this is just the beginning, and I can't wait to see what's next.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to everyone who's put in so much work into making this happen. Clearly, this didn't happen overnight. This is the culmination of many months of hard work to make this happen. I'm really excited. Dan, I hope we can celebrate with your grandma here and listen to some good music. The only comments I have are direction, and well, actually, I guess it's twofold. One is I'm inclined to support a shorter duration with respect to the temporary signage. But I hope that we can work together to figure out ways to partner with bringing these events, not just from the event spaces, but into the broader Santa Monica community. Partner with our local businesses, partner with our local restaurants to do activations. One thing that's been ringing in my mind has been the debacle of the ticketing process for LA 28 for people to get low-cost tickets. There's so many people in our community who would love to experience these events, but realistically would be priced out. So I think one way to do that is to bring activations into our community, into local bars and restaurants, into local event spaces, into our parks. It's a very abstract piece of direction, but I'm so thrilled that you all are here, so thrilled about this process moving forward, and hopefully we can make that happen.
Thanks. You were in the queue, but you are now no longer in the queue.
Yeah, I was just going to react to Councilmember Zergitskaya about the temporary signage. I think your concerns are handled by the fact that active construction or complete plan check application would allow for temporary signage, but I would also be favorable to the alignment with the citywide standard of 120 days.
Okay, I would agree with that. I also have a couple of comments, if that's okay, because I think all of my other colleagues have gone. Just for Mr. James specifically, I have a couple of questions. For the Nations Village, what's the public access plan? So will residents be able to visit any portion of the activation at Crescent Bay Park?
Yes, the high benefit value of the Nations Village is that it is full public access.
Great, fantastic. We love that. We like access, especially to the coast. And then the Michelob Ultra event is 21 plus only, as I understand it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Has staff considered any sort of like all ages family friendly accompanying programming for people who want to bring their kids to celebrate FIFA?
As a matter of fact, we have. The city has hired a event producer to run a complimentary program for all 5 weeks of the World Cup. Those details are being worked out right now, but they'll include activations on the promenade, possibly Tongva Park, Palisades Park, at our metro station, and of course the production partner will be mainly responsible for hosting the Open Street event on July 19th, which is the final day of the World Cup.
Fantastic. And then for the Golden Voice Festival, can you just talk to us about like the traffic plan and how we're going to mitigate impacts to the existing residents?
I may want to ask our Golden Voice partners how they have designed this. We've been working in lockstep with them. It is a multifaceted plan that contemplates the use of multiple modes of transit and travel to get to the site. We are not promoting parking down at the beach. We want to keep that area free and clear of vehicular congestion. So Golden Voice is coordinating shuttles that would operate from the eastern borders of our city, airport, business park, run people down here. They have a partnership with Metro. They are coordinating rideshare pickup and drop off in different locations. We of course have micromobility, and they are compliant with our bicycle valet requirements as well. I think it's 35% of the attendance arriving by bicycle is what you're preparing for. It's a lot of bikes.
Great. So, you know, we just want to make sure that we're not hearing from residents who are trying to get around the city and saying, oh my God, there's a million cars down by the beach. So it sounds like we have a plan for that.
We have a plan for that, both operationally as well as through messaging and social media.
Great. I mean, I have some comments.
I would just note, as we think through the traffic-related impacts, it's an issue that has everyone's full attention. As we've worked with Golden Voice, they've consistently reiterated this will be a no cars event. The group and the team at Golden Voice we're working with has extensive experience operating large-scale music festivals without any vehicular access. And that's a model that we're all confident we can replicate here in Santa Monica.
Fantastic. So I guess just my comments would be, you know, we're getting ready to welcome the world to our shores, starting in 26, but hopefully carrying us all the way through 28. I think this is just the beginning of hopefully some additional exciting announcements that will be coming forward to council. And these events for me are not just about entertainment, but about economic opportunities. So how are we making sure that we're harnessing all of these opportunities for every single restaurant, hotel, small business, worker? Really excited for what I've heard around making sure that there's a hyper-local emphasis on Santa Monica, the businesses, the residents, the culture of this city. And I think you all have been very, very deliberate about this. So we really appreciate the framework. I think you're, again, like I said, you're starting something that I think is a framework for more of these types of discussions. And that really showcases to the region that we are ready, we're open for business, and we are fun, like Councilmember Hall said. And I would just say we are not your grandmother's city hall. We are doing things differently here. No, unless your grandma, I mean, just saying. So, and then I would just say, like, you know, for example, the pergola at Crescent Bay Park, that's the type of legacy improvement that's like a double bottom line for us, right? So we are not only getting the economic impact, but making sure that there are lasting improvements that we can leave for the residents here. So I'm super excited about that. I would just encourage us to continue thinking about legacy. And I think this is going to shape how Santa Monica manages major events on a going forward basis, and I'm really proud to be part of it. And I'm happy for a motion, but Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I was just going to say that I can live with 120 days for the signage, and I think all grandparents will totally be welcome at all of the things.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge we also our partners from Anheuser-Busch are here too.
Hi.
Yeah, for the Michelob Ultra Pitchside Club on the pier. And it's been really exciting to develop these relationships because these aren't one-time things, right? We are developing relationships with these production companies, with the sponsors that will come back again and again to this community and be long-term investors in our community going forward.
Yeah, and I guess I would just be remiss if I didn't say, I think it's really important that everyone acknowledges why we've been so focused on handling the Coastal Commission as well, because these events are taking place in our coastal zone, and we can't just set up shop and do them. I mean, we need approval from the Coastal Commission, and that's why making sure that we have a streamlined process if we need to get a local coastal development permit or not is so important for our economic recovery. I don't know if you want to say anything about
Well, I think you just gave me a perfect segue to call out two members of our team that deserve some special recognition since you bring up the Coastal Commission. So tonight, Roxanne Tanamori, our Assistant Director of Community Development, and Aaron Orozco, our Major Events Manager, are with the Anheuser-Busch team in Gonzales to prepare for the coastal, or is it today or is it tomorrow? It's tomorrow morning to help shepherd that through. So
yeah.
we don't just work in a lab here in City Hall. We're out there building bridges.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm prepared to move the item with the 120-day direction, but Council.
I'll second that.
Okay, great.
Okay, Councilmember Zarnaskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
Yes.
and Mayor Terosis.
With pleasure, yes. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you.
Okay, now we move to a special meeting of the Housing Authority, and we're recessing the regular city council meeting. I have to announce that the council acting as a housing authority, you will receive $50 for this meeting. And I need to call the roll. Authority Member Negrete? Here. Authority Member Hall?
Present.
Authority Member Raskin?
Here.
Authority Member Snell?
Here.
Authority Member Zarnaskaya?
Here.
And Chair Terosis.
Here.
Okay, so the first is approval of minutes of the Housing Authority Board meeting from May 13, 2025.
I'll move that item.
Second.
So the tenant board member is not here yet because we are.
I guess I move that we go to item 12. That's what I meant. 12C.
So we're going to item, okay. So hold on.
They're coming, aren't they?
Okay. So we'll go on to item 12C, which is the public hearing and introduction for first reading of an ordinance to amend the text and zoning ordinance to align Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.31.125, duplexes and lot splits on parcel zone for single unit residential with state law as modified by Santa Monica's sixth cycle housing element. And we do have one request to speak on this.
Denise Barton. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Thank you. We're going to do the staff report and then hear the public comment. Ah, okay. She's 12B. Does it matter, Madam Clerk?
Yes, it should be 12C.
Okay. Great.
Hi. Good evening. Ross is coming from his desk right now, so I'm going to start, and he will jump in just so we can get moving. So the item tonight is the adoption of an SB 9 ordinance, and just to give you some background, because I think it's helpful since a lot of time has passed, when this discussion was initiated. So in January of 2022, the state law became effective, which allowed duplexes and lot splits on parcel zoned for single unit with a development cap of up to 4 units. On April 2023, Council adopted the implementation of Housing Element Program 4E, which requires the local adoption of SB 9, so like a state law, implementation of that law, with a provision for parcels of 10,000 square foot or greater. So that's a housing element obligation. In January of 2025, Council directed to amend the SB 9 ordinance by, you want to jump in? Yeah, it's all good. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I was behind on the recording. Apologies. My name is Ross Furman, the planning manager for the Community Development Department, here tonight to present amendments to the existing implementation of SB 9 in our local ordinance. So as some background, as Jing had started, I'll try to go through these slides a little fast because they're quite wordy. SB 9 originally was adopted in January of 2022 to allow duplexes and lot splits on parcels zoned for single unit residential with the development cap. Wow, I'm so sorry.
You're okay. You're okay.
Ran
Take a
over
breath.
here.
It's okay. We're good.
Wow. Really apologize.
Sorry, where did you come from? Like,
just the other building. So
it's very far,
anyways,
apparently.
yes. So in April of 2023, Council adopted implementation of Housing Element Program 4E, which requires the local adoption of SB 9 with the provisions for parcels greater than 10,000 square feet. In January 2020, oh, thank you. Sorry, wow. In January of 2025, Council provided a new direction regarding SB 9's implementation that, amongst other things, removed the owner occupancy requirement, and also at that time gave direction to guarantee minimum unit sizes of 1,200 square feet. So in May of 2025, in addition to bringing forth amendments to adopt a new state law, SB 450, which cleaned up SB 9, we also came forth with the prior council's direction, but at that meeting, it was also revised. The minimum guaranteed unit size was revised from 1,200 to 1,500 square feet. However, in August of 2025, in response to a technical assistant letter to the city of Orinda regarding owner occupancy requirements, staff submitted a TA request to HCD regarding the following clarification. Do projects on vacant parcels qualify for SB 9? May the city, through a local, more permissive expansion of SB 9, remove the owner occupancy requirement that requires an applicant to intend to live in the project for a minimum of 3 years after approval of the lot split? And may the city adopt an ordinance separate and apart from the statutory requirement of SB 9? In November 2025, HCD did respond that they would not be providing written or formal response to those topics. However, during that meeting, HCD did respond that they saw no issue with Santa Monica adopting 2 implementations of SB 9, one ultimately codifying a strict implementation of the state law, and another one that is a more local provisions that could include prior council direction. This direction was ultimately memorialized in an email to staff on November 6th of 2025. So now that kind of brings us to the more recent direction. So in January of this year, council adopted an ROI to initiate the process to amend the zoning ordinance related to projects utilizing state law for small lot subdivisions. So that is a different state law, but also projects consisting of duplexes and lot splits on parcels zoned for single unit residential, which is what we're here tonight. Tonight is really the first step in this implementation. Staff is bringing forth a revised code section to align with state law as required to be modified by the housing element. So the first stop on this process was to Planning Commission. So staff on March 4th of this year went to Planning Commission to present these amendments. And at that hearing, Planning Commission voted 6-1 to recommend to council that they amend the text of the zoning ordinance to be consistent with state law. And they also gave guidance to seek clarification from HCD regarding the eligibility of beneficial ownerships and trust when utilizing SB 9, which subsequent to drafting this presentation, we came across a new HCD technical assistant letter delivered in the end of March that trusts are eligible for SB 9 projects. So that was a good technical assistant letter that we came across. We did want to highlight that the one commissioner who voted in opposition of the amendments did so because they felt the city should not move forward with these amendments until we simultaneously considered adoption of a local ordinance of SB 9 that could remove owner occupancy or guarantee greater unit sizes of 1,500 square feet. The commissioner in opposition also highlighted that even in state law, And according to HCD, the city is not required to reduce the minimum unit size from 800 square feet. However, ultimately, the commission did not recommend increasing the minimum unit size above 800 square feet. So the next couple slides are kind of grouped into three categories to summarize the amendments. The first category is the amendments to align with prior state laws. So the first one would be, for clarity, removal of text that is not included in state law specifying eligibility of projects located on a developed parcel, a currently developed parcel proposing demolition, or a vacant parcel. So while we are proposing to remove this language that it's not stated in the government code, we did want to highlight that another HCD technical assistant letter does make clear that when there is an SB 9 application proposing both a lot split and development, it is allowed to be proposed on a vacant parcel, as it is presumed that because there will be future development, that the parcel could be vacant for the lot split. So we're not including that language, but there is clear direction. Regarding lot split standards and requirements, we are reintroducing the occupancy requirement that does require an applicant for a lot split shall sign an affidavit stating that the applicant intends to occupy one of the housing units as their principal resident for a minimum of 3 years from the date of the approval of the lot split. The last amendment for this section is regarding guaranteed unit size. As we were looking at this as really kind of a reset back to state law, just to kind of start the conversation, the amendment reverts the guaranteed unit size from 1,500 to 800 square feet, as the 800 square feet is the minimum that is stipulated in the law. However, in conversations with HCD, they have stated that this is an area that any city could exceed state law and guarantee larger unit sizes. So the council tonight could vote to reinstate a greater size at 800 square feet if they choose. However, we do want to note that when adopting even larger guaranteed unit sizes, this could create the need to modify additional local standards in order to accommodate these larger sizes. So maybe more building height, reduced front yard setback. So that's why staff wanted to reintroduce this slide, as when the 1,500 square feet was voted on back in May of 2025, this was the list of standards that the council voted would be kind of the prioritization of what standard to modify first in order to accommodate larger unit sizes. So you'll see it starts with increased building height, more FAR, so that's like the square footage that would be permitted, reduced upper story step backs, which is really just upper story modulation standards, reduced parking, if there even is parking required for the project, separation between units, reduced front yard setback, and finally, allowing for a side and rear setback that is less than 4 feet. I do want to note that state law actually just says that a jurisdiction cannot impose a side or rear setback greater than 4 feet. 4 feet was established as kind of the base when we first adopted the SB 9 implementation, but in reality, state law allows anything from 0 to 4 feet to be implemented. So we could also reduce that without actually having to modify standards. The next group is amendments for a new state law that came into effect of January of this year, AB 1061. Both of these amendments really are in regards to historic districts. Really, they were clarifying that you can't demolish a contributing structure in an historic district to allow for an SB 9 project. It also prohibits certain alteration limits when you're in an historic district. So it's just putting a little bit more protections on our local districts or state historic inventory districts. And lastly, this section is really just in regards to some cleanups for ease of implementation to avoid conflicts between state law and local standards. So the first one would be to adding in language regarding upper story step backs, which again are modulation standards. Essentially, it just means that where there is a new lot line that has been created, the upper story step backs would not apply to those, as there are no setbacks in those areas. And step backs are really meant to be built off of setbacks. So this would just clean up that the intent would be just the perimeter. And lastly, the minimum front yard setback is a cleanup. It's not actually amending what the front yard setback is. What this is if the lot split resulted in now the front yard being off the alley, which is now the new front yard, it would just establish a 4 feet a 4-foot requirement as would be required if, let's say, that was the rear yard for an SB9 project. So it's just kind of aligning how the state law would be implemented in this somewhat unusual circumstance where the alley now becomes the front yard. And that concludes my very breathy presentation. Ultimately, staff's recommendation, as you can see on this slide, is to adopt the finding of statutory exemption pursuant to CEQA and to introduce for first reading amendments to align with state law as required to be modified by the Santa Monica 6-cycle housing element. Alternatively, though, we did want to provide some alternative findings in case there is a desire to revert the guaranteed unit size to a larger than 800 square feet. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Raskin, we'll do questions first.
Thanks. And I've just got 2 questions. Before I say that, we really got to have speaking meter events like a Olympics of folks going from other
I thought there was items in between. I don't know what happened.
Our fire marshal come in one time. Similar experience, but great job. Yeah, really thanks to the whole team for your work on this issue. So like I said, just 2 quick questions. I've had a few folks in the public ask about the mechanism for making changes above and beyond state law. So the mechanism would be to make amendments to the ordinance that's before us tonight, not to come back with a separate.
I guess it kind of depends on what the amendments are. There are certain alterations to state law, such as maybe going beyond 800 square feet that through guidance from HCD and how the wording of the government code is written, it's not written the same as, let's say, the removal of owner occupancy, where owner occupancy is a requirement. So in order to remove that, we would need to do that through a very separate local ordinance, where guaranteed unit size, think of it as like not a ceiling, it's like a floor, so that could be extended. So it depends on the proposal of what the amendment would be the council would like to seek.
Got it. Okay. And then second question, how many SB9 applications have we seen?
I believe only 10 since this became adopted. You know, new state law takes a while to kick off. They've ran the gambit between some are just doing lot splits and maybe they are going to propose development later on. Some maybe are just adding a second unit, so no lot split. More often than not, there is a combination between the two. And depending on the unit size, we're seeing anything from, let's say, just an additional unit to I think the largest would be cumulative 8 units, with 4 being on each parcel that are utilizing the housing element program to incentivize development on those larger parcels greater than 10,000 square feet.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Zernanskaya.
Thank you. So question regarding the 800 square feet versus 1,500 square feet. Can you please clarify if it refers to a minimum required size or a minimum allowable size?
It's referring to, we have to make sure that there is no local standards that would preclude someone from achieving an 2 800 square foot units. So let's say our front yard setback, you know, the buildable area on what would be resulting after you do 4 foot on the side and rear, you factor in height, and you do a front yard setback. If the buildable pad could not result in 2 800 square foot units, the applicant could request revisions to standards in order to build bigger to get to that. So whether it's 800 or 1,500, it's not a minimum, it's not a guaranteed maximum. It's just we have to make sure we are allowing for them to at least achieve those sizes.
So to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, if we were to maintain the minimum guaranteed unit size of 1,500 square feet versus 800, that doesn't preclude someone from building to 800 foot units or 800 square foot units or 950 or 1,000 or anything.
Absolutely not. It just means that if they would like to do 1,500 and that requires modified standards, we would allow them to modify those standards, but it does not require them to build that.
Okay, got it. And you mentioned for the owner occupancy piece that owner occupancy is a requirement of SB 9. So if we wanted to remove the owner occupancy requirement, and it's for lot splits only, not Correct. For just duplexes. Mm-hmm. Okay, we would have to do our own separate ordinance. Is that
correct?
Okay. how long could it hypothetically take for us to potentially see that type of ordinance if that were to be the council direction?
The good part is the ROI that you authorized in January gives the staff permission to kind of start that process. We would need to still go to planning commission or go through the normal process. Depending on, what other changes that we would do, except if it's just that one, I would imagine it would not take more than a handful of months to get back before council with a local ordinance. But again, that's depending on how much we want to create out of our more local abilities.
Understood. And the with that owner, so the owner, if we remove owner occupancy from this because it's a requirement of SB 9, you mentioned that there is HCD technical direction or advice, I guess, that says that SB 9 can be used to do lot splits on vacant properties. Are we still, so that's still able to be in effect even if the owner occupancy piece is removed? Is that correct?
Yes, the guidance was really, SB 9 doesn't make clear whether you have to retain an existing unit in order to use it. The guidance actually, which is really helpful, is, what we are seeing that when someone's doing a lot split, and then creating more units, it's just allowing that. There was confusion in the beginning on whether it could be utilized on vacant parcels. So I think this clarification is just saying that they understand that when doing a lot split and development together, there's a presumption that, well, of course they're going to be building something. They're not trying to keep that vacant, but it wasn't related to the owner occupancy.
Okay, got it. So are they still hypothetically required then to live there, or do they have to sign something that says we're going to live there?
It's just an affidavit that they're intending to live on it as their principal residence for 3 years if part of their application is a lot split. So in the case of a vacant one, they'd be intending to live in one of those newly created units they're constructing.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. That's my question.
Thanks, Councilmember Negrete.
If we were to expand to the 1,500 square feet, just can you reiterate what that means in terms of expansion of footprint, FAR?
Of course. So if it was voted to expand, to guarantee that an applicant, if they wanted to build at least 1,500 square feet, it may result in the greater need for us to modify local standards. Maybe the original parcel was not that large to begin with. So after they maybe lot split, now the parcels are even smaller. Therefore, maybe our local standards of the front yard setback or height or a variety of these might not allow them to achieve a 1,500 square foot unit if they chose. So what we were trying to highlight is that by increasing the guaranteed size, it would also increase the potential to require modified local standards. I will say I did look at our approved SB 9s thus far. We have not had any applicant, even since we upped it to 1,500 square feet, request modified standards in order to achieve it. So it appears that everyone is getting the unit sizes they were planning for. And I've seen everything from unit sizes to 900 square feet to actually larger than 1,500 square feet. And they've not had to modify standards in order to achieve those. But it is very case by case. So it's hard to guarantee that would happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Raskin, I think we're now in comments.
Yeah,
I just want more clarification. So, if I understand correctly, SB 9 says, SB 9, if we support staff's direction with SB 9 as far as on occupancy, we still have the opportunity to come back to make a local ordinance with respect to it.
Correct.
If we had direction with council to not make that decision tonight with SB 9 and ask council to go back and bring back a local ordinance, does that affect any timing or anything with respect to what's going on right now?
Staff would recommend that if there is still interest in pursuing a local ordinance that could do a lot more than this existing one, the housing element does require that the city adopt local implementation of SB 9 pretty much verbatim to state law. So we would recommend still moving on this item so we could clean up our existing ordinance, as right now it is not consistent with state law. And then we could, round two can start on the more local ordinance where council has the ability to remove things that state law doesn't allow us to remove.
Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Raskin.
I'm going to make a motion, but first I want to preface this by setting the table a little bit. So last May 13th, 2025, we considered a package of housing items. This was a broad range of housing items in that meeting. We talked about administrative approvals. We talked about ADUs. We talked about SB 1123. We talked about SB 9. And we had a really robust discussion that was informed by a lot of community input and community feedback with respect to these development standards and how they applied locally. What ended up emerging from that discussion was a legislative path forward that reflected, I think, consensus. I think it was a successful consensus among the people on this dais that, and I'm proud of the fact we were able to work together to reach that outcome. What ultimately we achieved through compromise and through consensus were some real wins for people like me who were really concerned about making sure that we had appropriate guardrails on large-scale development and development that was really impactful for our community. So what we did is we limited the use of administrative approvals over 1 acre. We added certain health and safety requirements. We exempted hotel projects from those. And what I think is really crucial, we added a 5-year sunset to the use of administrative approvals over 1 acre. As part of this legislative compromise, we agreed that we would also allow for some flexibility with respect to how SB 9 projects would move forward, and specifically with respect to owner occupancy and the 1,500 square foot size threshold. We agreed collectively that we would move forward with that. So in light of that promise that I made to my colleagues on the dais, I think it's really important to honor the compromises and promises and agreements that we make as part of the legislative process. I'm supportive of the ordinance that's in front of us with the clarification that we would go up to 1,500 square feet, consistent with that compromise that we made before. And that was a win-win for everyone. It was a win-win for people who were concerned about, like I said, the use of the administrative approval process, making sure we had appropriate oversight, and also making sure that we had appropriate flexibility in laws like SB 9. I also think that we should give direction tonight to implement the other portions of that May 13th, 2025 legislative compromise, which we're going to have to do through a separate ordinance on a different night than tonight. But like I said, in a time when people in government don't always honor their word, I think this is an appropriate time for us to do that. So I'm going to move that we approve the ordinance as proposed by staff with direction that we just amend the size threshold from 800 feet to 1,500 square feet, and to come back with a separate ordinance that implements the direction that was given on May 13th, 2025.
Second.
Great. City Attorney seems to be in the queue.
Yes, since this is a public hearing, which is a little different than some of your other items this evening, I believe if there's anybody in queue, we need to take public comment before you can continue your discussion.
Great. There wasn't anyone in the queue, though.
There is now. Well, there is one.
Okay. That's a late.
Is this late?
That's late.
Would this be considered late? Okay, so we would need a vote, and it would be reduced to 1 minute under your rules of order.
Okay. Councilmember Negrete, did you want to comment on something else, or? Do we have to hear the comment? Okay. So, does anyone want to move to hear the comment?
I'll move to hear the comment.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Ms. Thomason, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. You guys got here really fast. I just want to say that we have been here before with this item. It is true. That was a very different context, and there were other people that were participating in the conversation that perhaps shouldn't have been. And we need to stop racing to go beyond state law. We have aggressive state laws that are coming for every part of our city to upzone it. It is happening. It is happening quickly. We need to pace ourselves. Your own planning commission recommended not to go to 1,500 feet, to just adopt it as is. The owner occupancy is a separate thing, but they again recommended against that. Please consider what they are saying. We're moving too far, too fast on these. Let things take their course. Let's see what happens with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor Negrete? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So my comments are, and I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone up here, is just that for me, I feel like this is just another, one size fits all decision that doesn't reflect the realities of Santa Monica. SB 9 changes fundamentally our neighborhoods, yes, single family neighborhoods, and we're being asked to align our local code with that direction, whether it makes sense for Santa Monica or not. And I struggle a lot with that because we talk about this all being under the guise of affordability. And I think we all know that whether it's 1,500 square foot or not, as a matter of fact, if it is bigger, it's definitely not going to be more affordable. And after what we just heard, maybe there hasn't been any submitted now, but if there's smaller lots, people are going to have to be expanding the footprint, which is drastically going to change our neighborhoods. We're talking about increasing density without really truly understanding or having studied how the city's going to absorb it, which is why I don't think we should go beyond state law. And in terms of infrastructure, parking, enforcement, basic services that we're already stretched thin on, I also think that is something we haven't truly considered or seen how it's going to impact our city in that way. I want to say that we just haven't done the research locally to understand how this actually plays out in Santa Monica. And again, I just don't think in practice SB 9 delivers the housing that actually is affordable to the people who need it the most, which is the Misty Middle families like my own. We're making real permanent changes to our neighborhoods without clear data on outcomes, and that is concerning to me. I do want to flag that the 1,500 square foot provisions on paper, I think it sounds like protection, but in reality, in many of our smaller lots, I don't think it aligns with what's actually feasible. And at the end of the day, this is the tension we keep coming back to. It's local control over state mandates. I think it's important for us to say out loud that at some points, and maybe I'm the only person that's going to say it up here, is that I don't agree with Sacramento continuing to dictate the use of land locally. We have local governments. We know our communities. I think we should be able to dictate those things. And whenever we were given the opportunity to not have to go beyond, I think it's imperative that we do so that we're responding to the community members here in Santa Monica, not in Sacramento. If we're required to move forward, then we should be implementing this in a way that minimizes unintended consequences, but I do want to be on the record saying that this is not how I believe planning decisions should be made.
Councilman Raskin.
Well, I primarily intended to remake my motion. I do want to respond to just a few points. I mean, first of all, Councilman Negrete, I agree with you. I mean, very few people are using this law. Very few people are actually building SB 9 projects. We've seen 10 of them. Far more people are using ADU laws and other laws that are also state laws to densify these neighborhoods. I think more problematically, and we don't have data on this yet, hopefully we will with our rent registry, but my anecdotal experience is that very few people who are building these are actually renting them out to families who really need this type of housing. I think one of the compelling reasons why 1,500 square foot threshold was proposed was to facilitate the development of 3-bedroom units, which I know we both talked about as being something that's needed. I mean, I looked for a 3-bedroom apartment a few years ago, and there were only a handful available citywide. So is this going to solve our housing problem? Probably not. I mean, there's a much bigger fish to fry here. I'm supporting this because we had come to an agreement before. Just on the point of analyzing all this, I mean, we did analyze this in the context of the housing element environmental review. But we're going to have to take a look at this again in a few years when we go through the next housing element cycle, and hopefully we can take another hard look at this through that process. But, again, all that being said, I feel compelled to honor the commitments that we had made on the dais before. And for that reason, I'm going to move that we approve the ordinance as recommended by staff, except going up to 1,500 square feet, and giving direction to come back with a separate ordinance implementing the direction we gave on May 13th, 2025.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. I'll continue to second that. I also just wanted to note that the reason that we are seeing so many laws come from Sacramento dictating how cities need to build more homes is because for decades, cities across California restricted the development of new homes, particularly the missing middle homes. And I hear what you're saying in that the homes that could be built under this might not be affordable for many folks, but they're going to be more affordable than the homes that are currently available on the market today, just by the nature of having to use less land for the same amount of home, effectively. And we are in a housing crisis. I know we've been over this before, but we continue to be in a housing crisis, although Santa Monica has, according to a recent news story that I believe just came out today, we have seen a drop in rents. And part of that is because so many new homes have recently come online and are now available. And I recognize that it's just, it does feel like a bit of a drop in the bucket, because this isn't going to get us out of the housing crisis that we're in overnight. And I hear what you're saying about the potential changes to our neighborhoods. But I think the other thing with this particular item specifically is that we've only had 10 projects across this entire city, when the majority of the land that's zoned for housing is zoned for single family homes. So I don't think that this is going to have as dramatic or as fast of an impact than as I think some folks think it might. I think it will be a more gradual change. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to automatically see a bunch of duplexes and lot splits just get submitted or get built. It's going to take time. And I think that's kind of the whole point of it. It took us time to get into the housing crisis we're in. It's going to take us time to get out of it. But I think we can, as long as we continue to try to make changes that are responsive and try to follow the data and make more homes available for more people. Thank you.
Councilmember Nebraska.
I'll make it brief. I don't want to go back and forth, but I wanted to just say that I appreciate your comments, and I appreciate that you appreciate my view up here. So we're having a discourse, and that's what this is about. And I think you believe that, and that's okay. And I think for me, I see this as a developer windfall that is being set forth by policymakers above us. And yes, true, maybe there was landlocked areas, and I'm sure I know there's a lot of truth to that, but I think the reality is in where we live and where land is so expensive, as you mentioned, property is expensive. What is happening is increasing and going beyond state law. We're going to be there anyways. They're going to remove, owner occupancy, and they're going to be setting us up to continue to go down this path anyways, right? At least it seems so. So for me, it feels like we should just be doing what we're being asked and then waiting and taking a pause to see how it's actually impacting affordability. My biggest fear is someone who's been born and raised in this city and has seen so many changes. Gentrification can be great in many ways. My old park that I grew up in that, we weren't allowed to walk through after 8 o'clock at night now has a farmer's market and a Whole Foods across the street. Who knew? But the reality is it's becoming so unaffordable that we are stuck in our rent controlled apartment, and a home right next to the freeway is over $1 million. And putting 2 homes on a lot is not going to make it affordable for anybody here, because it's just going to continue to make it more of an appetite for those that can gobble up outside investors' property, build whatever they need to build, and flip these units. And they are controlling the price market. They are pricing people. Developers are pricing people out of the market. And I believe that policy is playing a part in that. And that's just my 2 cents on it. But we can move forward with your guys' vote.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
So we had the motion by Councilmember Raskin, and it was seconded by Councilmember Zarnaskaya.
Yes.
Correct? With the amendment.
Right.
Okay, Councilmember Zarnaskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete,
No, and just to explain my no vote, we have a commission who advised
and
going
Mayor
with the commission.
Terosas.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
And did you want to state? Did you want to state your no?
Yeah, I just said, sorry, we have, thank you, staff, but I'm siding with the commission that we have that advised, no, so.
So city attorney is the
Is our appointee here?
authority member here?
Was that individual called? Do they know to be here?
She was notified.
Is she en route?
We left a message. So we called and left a message.
I mean, we have a quorum.
Sorry, just to clarify, can we put this on a microphone, please? So the individual, our authority board member, was notified of the meeting, correct?
Correct. Housing staff has been communicating with her. We notified her of it. We're a little bit ahead of scheduled, but we had called her, left a message letting her know we were ahead of schedule.
What time did we tell her to be here?
We relayed the information that was on the agenda. We let them know it was an estimated time of 10:50 this was going to go. We let them know that could change and to make accommodations to come here. So we just presented the information as we had it at the time, which was as of yesterday. And as we got updated information as this item moved forward, we called them and left a message.
Do my colleagues want to?
Just a point of parliamentary inquiry. If we move on to the 16 items, do we close the special meeting and then reopen it
We have
later?
to reopen it, yes.
Okay. I would prefer we do that and wait for our Housing Authority Board member to come back to hear the rest of
Okay.
item 12.
Let's.
Should we take a 5-minute break?
Sure. We will be in a 5-minute recess until 10:32 or until which time the member appears. Great.
Say your last name for me again. I'm sorry.
Muqtasid.
Tassis, okay. Okay, so we'll do authority member Negrete.
Here.
Authority member Hall.
Present.
Authority member Raskin.
Here.
Authority member Snell.
Present.
Authority member Zarnaskaya.
Here.
Chair Terosas.
Present.
And authority member, oh, I'm sorry, mess it up.
Present. Hajar Muqtasid.
Okay. I'll get it before the end. Okay, so first we have the approval of the minutes for the Housing Authority from May 13, 2025. And we had a motion previously from from Authority Member Snell, and then we had it seconded from Chair Terosas.
Do we need a staff report?
No, it's just the minutes.
Just a minute.
So we can do this by.
Do we do all in? No. You can't do a voice vote?
We can do this by voice vote, yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Don't see any. Okay, great.
Okay, so the next item we have is the public hearing and adoption of the fiscal year 2026-27 annual public housing authority plan, and we do have one request to speak.
Hello. We're trying to start the presentation.
Okay, and as I understand it, we'll have a staff report and then take the public comment.
Your notes aren't showing on the thing.
While we're working on that, my name is Yelena Solovyova. I'm with the Santa Monica Housing Authority. I'm a senior administrative analyst with the Santa Monica Housing Authority, which is part of Housing and Human Services Department, and we're here to present the PHA plan for 2026-2027 fiscal year, and to get your approval of our PHA plan, and as well as to hear, to request to have public comments heard as well to the PHA plan. Can I do it on my laptop? Because I do apologize for the delay. First city council presentation, so just please. Slideshow.
And then we go down slides. Control that, okay?
Again, I apologize for the delay. Good evening, Chair Torosis and Housing Authority board members. Again, my name is Yelena Solovyova, and I'm a senior administrative analyst for the City of Santa Monica Housing Authority within the Housing and Human Services Department. And tonight I'm pleased to present the proposed Public Housing Authority, otherwise known as PHA plan for the fiscal year 2026-27, consisting of the annual plan and first year progress report for the 5-year plan for 2025-2030, and the draft administrative plan. Staff respectfully requests that the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board present tonight, hold a public hearing, receive public comments, and approve these proposed plans. The Santa Monica Housing Authority provides rental assistance to over 1,700 low-income Santa Monica residents through 6 federally funded and regulated programs. Each year, the Santa Monica Housing Authority is required to submit an updated PHA plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, as most of folks call it HUD, and this year's submission includes the following. In Attachment A, the annual plan for fiscal year 2026-27, and a progress report for 5-year plan for fiscal year 2025-2030. In Attachment B, the draft administrative plan for fiscal year 2026-2027. In Attachment C, the summary of proposed discretionary policy changes. And finally, in Attachment D, the public comments and input. These documents reflect our evolving goals, policies, and strategies and ensure transparency with HUD, program participants, and the broader community. The PHA plans outlines our annual and long-term direction. The PHA plan has many components, but this year the 2 key components are: 1, the proposed annual plan and progress report for the current 5-year plan. And the biggest highlight of this fiscal year is the opening and lease up of a Berkeley station at 1342 Berkeley Street, which is a new 13-unit modular permanent supportive housing community for vulnerable Santa Monica youth and families. And the second component of a plan is the draft administrative plan for fiscal year 2026-27. and this year's updates mainly focus on improving engagement and housing stability for current participants, and also expanding our Tier 1 to include those affected by domestic violence and provide them with a more holistic, supportive approach. Public transparency and engagement are central to this process, and all draft documents were available for public review and comment from January 20th to March 6th, 2026. Staff engaged voucher holders and the public throughout this process, and this year we expanded our outreach by presenting to Disabilities Commission, as well as hosted an introduction session at the regularly scheduled Housing Commission meeting and held a workshop providing an overview of a PHA plan process and guidance on how to participate in the PHA plan process. Staff is proud to present the finalized draft PHA plan tonight, which incorporates feedback gathered from the community and key stakeholders. Furthermore, staff welcomes any final comments tonight and is requesting the Housing Authority Board approval of a PHA plan and its submission to HUD by the April 17th, 2026 deadline. Upon approval, the PHA plans will go into effect on July 1st, 2026. I do want to point out that HUD is still in the process of implementing the Housing Opportunity for Modernization Act, otherwise known as HOTMA, and SMHA has proactively adopted many of the required changes and is preparing for full compliance. At this time, we're expecting it to occur by January 1st, 2027. This transition has resulted in pre-HOTMA and post-HOTMA in our administrative plan for chapters 6, 7, and 11, pending HUD instruction for implementation. Throughout this transition, staff will continue to keep voucher holders informed as we roll out HOTMA's aligned procedures. Based on the work completed and input received, staff recommends that the Santa Monica Housing Authority Board, 1, hold a public hearing and receive public comment, 2, adopt the fiscal year 2026-2027 annual plan and progress report for current 5-year plan, 3, adopt the fiscal year 2026-2027 Santa Monica Housing Authority administrative plan, and authorize the submission of a fiscal year 2026-2027 PHA plan, which once again consists of a fiscal year 2026-2027 annual plan and progress report for current 5-year plan and administrative plan to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. And finally, adopt the finding of no possibility of significant effect pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. I very much thank you for your time and your patience, and thank you for your support and commitment to housing in our community. At this time, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
If my colleagues wouldn't mind putting themselves in the queue if they have questions. Are there any questions, folks? Great. Okay, we will move to comments. So if you have any comments, feel free to put yourselves in the queue. Oh, thank you, Councilor Rezernitskaya. We do have one public comment. So we'll take that public comment before we go into our council member comments.
I'm sorry, questions should come first. Questions of
Right,
staff.
no one had any questions.
Oh, okay.
That's why we're, yeah. So Denise Barton.
Denise Barton.
Thank you.
Good evening, and I'm 12B. May I begin by asking what happened to the RAB, a resident advisory board, and why doesn't the RAB have regular meetings like other boards and commissions? Or did an ADA person review and approve this document? Because I don't think having to prove that you're a disabled person is not discriminatory. I know I recently asked to have my worker changed to the ADA person due to abuse. I was told there were 2,000 people ahead of me. And when I tried to identify myself as a disabled person when I first got affordable housing, the worker wanted to know nothing about it. Then if you can't get assistance from the city attorney's office and legal aid takes weeks, In a year, disabled tenants are forced to endure being overcharged rent due to algorithms and not being able to get the overpayment back, my payee being told not to pay rent for months and then to pay it all at once, which I do believe is illegal, as well as other questionable accounting practices. Or what about my last recertification, which had to be submitted 5 times, including threatening my affordable housing in writing? But finally, my affordable housing person called my advocate to find out how to open it. This should be a reflection on all attachments included, as well as the quality of employees within the city. But the city doesn't want to know. But maybe HUD will be interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will move into comments. I do not see anyone in the queue. Oh, okay, that's fine. Member McTossett. Can someone turn on her mic? Yeah, thanks. Great. Oh, wait, it's not on. There you go.
It's on.
Great.
I want to speak not just as a board member, but as the only person at this table who is actually living under the policies we're discussing. On paper, this plan reflects progress, utilization rates, budget alignment, program goals, etc. But I need to be clear, having a voucher is not the same as having housing. There is a gap between policy and lived reality, and that gap is where people fall through. There normally are 2 representatives on this board, and there were 2 until that other person told me what had happened to their voucher. So those problems exist, and they're real, and there should have been another person appointed to where that person didn't have to lose their voucher for whatever reason. But I get emails all day long, people looping me into their issues, and I can't help but care. And I know you guys probably don't get those emails, but I do, because people feel like I don't just vote on this, but I represent them here. Mm-hmm. So as the lady said, I'm sorry, I don't know your name, but you know, an official RAB, I know the Housing Authority has decided that the RAB is supposed to be just all the tenants, but normally it's a body that we put together as tenants. So we continue to ask for that, and we hope that that will be implemented. I want to ask this board to shift from outputs to outcomes, not how many vouchers we issue, but how many people are actually stably housed in Santa Monica. Not how many landlords we recruit, but how many stay. Not whether our payment standards meet guidelines, but whether they meet the actual market. And whether or not people can get help when their voucher is rejected, they need feedback as to why. And then are they being rejected so that they can just be given to someone else? A lot of voucher holders are left with that, and then they have to work all these hours to now pay this rent, and they don't have a lifestyle at all. So because from where I sit, the lived experience tells a different story than all this data alone. And a lot of people are complaining to me about the same thing. And if we are serious about equity, then the question is not whether we have programs in place. The question is, are those programs truly working for the people they were designed to serve? I'm asking this board to center that reality, not as an afterthought, but as a primary measure of success. Not because until the experience of voucher holders aligns with the promises in the plan, we all still have work to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that is not Von Tonklin. Got it. Raskin, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, Member McTossett, thank you for those comments. It's impactful, I think, for me to hear it from your perspective. And, you know, I forget when it came up last time, but when we were recruiting for the other position, we had 3 applicants, but none of them had met the qualification of being formerly unhoused or being a voucher holder. And it's incumbent upon all of us in this council, and, you know, I take accountability for this, for recruiting folks to participate on this board who reflect our community, reflect those lived experiences. So I for one, need, I think, to work with all of us to make sure that not only this board, but all of our city boards and commissions reflect the experiences that we seek to serve through the lens of equity that you're talking about. I 100% think equity should be at the foundation of everything we're doing here. And delivery is crucial. And, I really commend our team for the work that has been done so far and the work that we need to do in the future. I'm really looking forward to some of the things that we have teed up, including opportunities for greater collaboration between the Housing Authority and the City Attorney's Office to make sure that enforcement programs like the ones you're talking about really can be implemented successfully. So there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, given the environment with our federal government right now, it's really difficult to run a housing authority. And I think we all acknowledge the difficult regulatory environment, and we've participated in proactive litigation to make sure that our citizens are protected, that we're fighting for the rights of all people, especially those who are underserved. So I look forward to continuing that work, but obviously there's more to be done.
And I just have a quick, question comment for our staff. How is the proposed HUD rule on mixed status families affecting us here in Santa Monica? Or do we have an order of magnitude on what that might do to us? And are we going to comment on that?
I can comment on that. Us, along with other housing authorities in our, in the greater California, I have written our comments and our beliefs for how this would impact us, especially the mixed status, mostly because, as it stands now, there's a misconception that mixed status families do receive a benefit from housing, which is not necessarily true. They are prorated in their assistance. So we're kind of reiterating that fact to HUD and letting them know that this is just another a barrier for the process. And it's joined by most of the housing authorities in California. So we're waiting for that response. Right now, it's not regulatorily changed, and we're monitoring the situations. And monitoring situations, we are keeping track of our mixed families. And we will respond accordingly once they declare the final rule.
So we have submitted a public comment to the proposed rule?
More like joined. We're joining.
Okay. With any specific information about the impact on Santa Monica?
Yeah, also just we are drafting a public comment for the regulatory change that will be coming towards probably you for signature for submitting on the City of Santa Monica's behalf.
Okay. And I just appreciate what Member McTossett said. I think it's important that we center folks with lived experience. With that being said, are you ready to move? Good. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, so to follow up on Authority Member McTesse's, I hope I pronounced it right, sorry, comments, I was wondering, do we collect that sort of data as well? Like how many folks are stably housed? Like how many of the vouchers are actually being used, how long they're being used for? Are we able to present that data or include it in reports going forward? And I'm sorry if I missed it in this report.
Some of that data, yes, we can pull. We can pull numbers about when people entered the program. It is housing choice, so there's, the way it's entered in the system, it doesn't really contemplate how, they move and stuff like that. But we can pull, like I can speak for now, we have 1,700 plus people. We have about a turnover rate for unit changes of about 6 to 7%. That obviously spiked after we changed our payment standards in 2022, and we saw a lot of movers then. So if you wanted more accurate data, we do have some HUD metrics that we can pull directly from the site that can tell you some demographics based on what we report to HUD, and that's readily available and it's public.
And do we also have data on things like how long does it take somebody who has received a voucher to get to find a home and be able to start living there?
Yeah, we have general statistics on that stuff, but I would like to only point that the caveat to that is people generally take time to find the right housing situation for them, and that's encouraged because the one thing we don't want is folks to move in quickly and find out the circumstances aren't the best for them. So generally speaking, part of the process we do and we adopted in the last couple of years is we talk to them and we try to connect them and let them know what questions to ask when they're leasing, so they don't enter an agreement or a lease agreement that's not amenable to their situation or the family circumstances.
Thank you. And I would just echo the comments to include folks with lived experience in more of our decisions moving forward. Thank you. And I'm happy to move the staff recommendation.
Great. Anyone want a second?
I'll second.
Great.
Authority Member Zarnaskaya,
Yes.
Authority Member Snell,
Yes.
Authority Member Raskin,
Yes.
Authority Member Hall,
Yes.
Authority Member Negrete,
Yes.
and Tenant Representative Mutasid,
Yes.
and Chair Terosas.
Yes.
Passes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. We will now conclude the special meeting, and we will move on to 16 items. Sorry, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so I wanted to let you know that item 16B and, 16B and item 16, which one did I have, Mayor? I'm sorry. 16B and 16F will have to be continued due to ineligibility because of the applicants. So we're going to start off with 16A, and this is appointment, and so this is, I'm sorry, I got to pull up my schedule. So this is appointment to Building Life Fire Safety Commission. So there's one seat that is a general seat, and then there's one seat that has a requirement of homeless behavioral health services. There's no one qualified for that one. So the members that we have 3 members, Mark Andrews, Brian Kerrigan, and William Helms, and they all qualify for the general seat. Let me pull this up for you. Okay, so those are the 3 candidates for the general, so it's one seat. And so we have, like I said, we have Brian Kerrigan, William Helms, and Mark Andrews.
Do we want to nominate folks?
You want to nominate?
I'll nominate Andrews.
Any other nominations?
No, do we want to vote by acclamation?
So we can do that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Welcome to the Fire Life Safety Commission, Mr. Andrews.
Okay, next we have the appointment, and it's an unscheduled vacancy for the Personnel Board. And we have 2 applicants for that. We have Karen Bendecourt and Christopher Smith.
I'd like to nominate Chris Smith.
Are there any other nominations?
I don't want to say it incorrectly. Karen B.
Bendecourt, yeah.
Great.
So now
Unfortunately, I don't think this one. Oh, yeah, we did do it. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and place your votes. Did everybody vote?
Yep.
Because I'm not seeing it.
Who wrote sorry?
Okay, so it looks like Christopher Smith.
No, whose name is that? Barry?
Me.
Okay, everyone please enter your name correctly so we know who voted for who. Welcome, Mr. Smith, to the Personnel Board. Appreciate you. Sorry, Barry.
Sorry.
Okay, next
Great.
we have.
Hold it together.
Okay, so next we have the transit occupancy. And for this one, again, we have 2 seats which must reside in the city. And then the 1 seat is ineligible. So we have Scott Ginsburg and we have Brian Kerrigan. And those are the two seats, 2 applicants.
I'd like to nominate Scott Ginsburg and Brian Kerrigan.
Okay, so since those are only 2, we can do this by voice.
Oh, of course. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg, for staying here the entire time and for your passion. We appreciate you. Welcome to the TOT Advisory Board.
Okay, now here comes the fun one. Rec and Park, we have an appointment, and it's 1 seat, 1 unscheduled vacancy. And I think we have, I'm sorry, wrong one. And I think we have 11.
9, I see.
Is that how many it is? It's a lot. Okay, so do we have any nominations?
I'd like to nominate Matthew Goldberg.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'd like to nominate Brad Ewing and Daniel Campbell.
There's only 1 seat, right? But you're doing
Yeah.
ranking thing.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of Nikki. Okay, let me have the names again.
So it's Matt Goldenberg,
Okay.
Brad Ewing, and Daniel Campbell. Oh, excuse me, Goldenberg.
Okay.
I do know that. Sorry, Matt.
Place your votes. Did everybody vote?
No.
There's a lot of names in here.
I'm still typing my name in.
Oh, I did. I pressed reset. I don't know.
And please make sure to vote. Oh, it's only 1. Okay.
Yeah.
You put them in order, right? That's how you do it, yeah.
You put them in
You
your
know,
order.
Tell me, are you guys ready?
No.
Oh.
Sorry, I just did it. Has everyone voted?
Has everybody voted?
Great.
Yep. Sorry, did.
Okay. So nobody got 4 votes, looks like. That first time. Hold on. Round 2, Bradley Ewing. So Bradley Ewing, congratulations. Bradley got the 4 votes.
Okay, Bradley Ewing, welcome to the Recreation and Parks Commission.
Okay. Next we have, like I said, the Housing Authority. We have no nominations we have none for that. And then next, okay, so
Sorry, Matt. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can I just make a point of privilege? Given that we've got 3 candidates in the audience, one of the challenges of ranked choice voting is that we sometimes have to balance 3 really well-qualified applicants. And, I think we all recognize that we had 3 really good choices tonight. And we hope to see you back here in the future.
And I hope that we can accommodate all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so next we have a recommendation to accept Joseph Antogini's resignation from the Disabilities Commission and authorize the city clerk to publish the vacancy.
So moved.
Second.
And you can do this by voice vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? No.
But our gratitude to Mr. Antonini for serving.
Yes.
Okay, next we have a request from Councilmember Hall, Mayor Pro Tem Swick, and Mayor Terosas that the council direct staff to update the city's responsible AI use policy, direct the procurement of one or more enterprise AI systems, incorporate AI upskilling into staffing training, and commit to a policy of workforce protection. Who'd like to present?
I'll present this very quickly. Briefly, the private sector has already moved. We think this is a talent strategy we've long been seen as a city that is innovative and forward thinking, and that we should be getting ahead on this. Responsible adoption requires consultation with our workers and representatives of the workers and clear protections so that workers are not replaced by AI. And we would like to see an updated policy framework and authorization of staff to go and purchase or enter into an agreement with one or more enterprise AI systems so that our city employee data, candidate data, resident data is all adequately protected and not out in the commercial sandbox that we can access just going on the internet and Claude and ChatGPT, et cetera. We need to protect that data and have an enterprise system in-house.
I will move the item.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I really appreciate that we're taking a proactive approach. I just wanted to note that we received a written public comment from the Disabilities Commission, and if it's amenable to my colleagues, I would direct staff to include that in their considerations in towards implementing this policy.
What is the comment? What are you amending it?
So their letter basically kind of went over how to improve opportunities and minimize the risks of artificial intelligence technologies when it with regards to people with disabilities, so including the ADA coordinator and the procurement and implementation of AI technologies, exploring the use of AI tools to improve the accessibility of the city's websites, applications, and digital assets, collaborating with the Disabilities Commission and residents with disabilities in the planning, development, implementation, and evaluation of AI policies, improving access to information communication technology, hardware, software, telecommunications networks for assistive technologies powered by AI, disclosing the use of AI, minimizing bias, monitoring and assessing it, and learning from other environments and sharing lessons learned.
Yes, I think that's contemplated in the motion with the resident and employee protections, but great that it's been spelled out clearly because I think that's really important.
Yeah, I know. You want me to, okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, great. I'll just quickly say 16I, we know that the Growing Place is a really important partner to all of us at the city. We've shown, our model as kind of an international model of success for early childhood development. And the Growing Place is celebrating their 40th anniversary at Belmar Park. And we're, very, very excited about that. And they've, asked for our support. So I'm putting forward some of my discretionary money. And would anyone else like to join me in that?
I put my name in the queue. Is this the lab school specifically?
It's all, they have 3 campuses.
Yeah,
But yes,
because you said
that's one of
Belmar.
the 3. Yes.
So I think you're trying to get to 5 by proposing 1,000 of your own. So I'll propose 1,000 for my discretionary.
Great.
I'll also throw in 1,000.
Great. I promise not to do this again.
I'd be happy to throw in 1,000 for my discretionary fund as well.
And I'll put in 1,000 as well.
Fantastic. So we're going to give $5,000 to the Growing Place, and I will move that.
Is there a second?
Second.
Fantastic.
Okay, hold on a second. Councilmember Zarnaskaya,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell. Yes. Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Negrete.
Yes.
Mayor Terosas.
Yes,
You always have to vote on money.
of course, as we should.
Okay, so next we have 16J, and this is Councilmember Negrete. Did you want to take it out?
Yeah, just quickly, this was born out of not just my own experience of having my windows broken many times. As a business owner, you may or may not realize that oftentimes you're required to carry glass insurance riders, or the deductible is so high that the cost of replacing the glass is just one key part. Well, when I was walking to get dog food, I noticed that my local dog's food pet groomer in Sunset Park also had a broken window, and their cash register was stolen, and the wood paneling was up for quite a while because of the same circumstances I find myself under. So this was to propose a couple of things. One is to create, and by the way, the timing of this was sort of worked out with the city manager, because there's already, I know it seems aggressive with the 15 days, but that's because there's already some of this business recovery funding set up. And so part of it is to help small businesses with an up to amount, maybe it's $2,500, to obtain assistance if they qualify, being based on a smaller business to replace glass. I just want to state here that my music store would not be eligible, and that is not why I'm setting it up. But also that we list, if it's feasible and legal, local vendors that they prioritize to use for any sort of recovery necessities. And then the other piece of it is the portal and coordinated response. This is because it's quite difficult. So you're running a business, and I'm just speaking from experience, a crime occurs, you have to deal with that crime in its instance. You now have to figure out how to get the window fixed, but now you have to pull footage, you have to submit that, and it is not an easy process to follow up on. And so to the extent that we could create a portal that's much easier for businesses to submit updated footage or updates to the crime that occurred, and then also be able to coordinate with police as they do these I don't know what they're called, city manager, where they do like the safety checks, where they'll come if you're a victim of, repeat vandalization or vandalizing or crime, they'll come and do like a free check and sweep and give you some tools and things that you can do to your business to harden it. So that's what this is really about. It's just born out of a need. There was a handful of businesses in the last 62 days that have had these small breaks, and it's not just the impact of the window itself, it's the time that you have to take in all the follow-up. Right now with the police report, you've got to call the non-emergency line, then you've got to be transferred around, and then you got to email someone, and that's why people end up sometimes just not reporting it at all. So, any questions?
I see Councilmember Snell, Raskin, and
I
then
just
Hall.
want to thank Councilmember Grady for bringing this forward. Many times with small businesses, when something like this happens, their insurance minimums don't allow for them to go out to their insurance companies to get reimbursed for these kind of things. And I think this is an opportunity for us to show our support for those types of businesses when vandalism does happen. And then with respect to the portal, I just think that we should make it as easy as possible with what we're trying to do with all our small businesses to be able to get the information in, be able to apply for the application and get some kind of response to it in a very timely manner. So I think this is a very easy ask for City Council.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, this is a good idea. I know you and a lot of other small business owners around town have dealt with these ongoing problems. I was primarily going to ask about the aggressive timeline, but it sounds like that's been worked out.
Yeah, and I'm not tied to that. That was suggested because it's kind of, the resources are sort of there.
Okay.
We could check with city manager. Do you think if it's an aggressive timeline, we can say, I'm not tied to the timeline.
The timeline we can adjust to meet the council's prerogative as part of this conversation. The 15-day time, the council is going to give the staff authorization to a certain amount of funding tonight. We can set something up pretty quickly to facilitate. it might make some more sense though to provide us with a little bit of time to fully vet a proposal, and we can bring it back here at our next meeting or two to review those protocols with the council. But we can operate the council's discretion if you'd like to delegate that authority to staff to put something together or vet something a little bit more fully to bring it back for full council consideration.
So just to, in plain speak, does that mean you'd like me to say up to 30 days so you have more time to vet something out?
That would likely be more,
Or do you
that
want
would be
more?
recommended to have a little bit more time if that's the council's preference to put it together in 15 days. The council gave us authorization and parameters for a program that you approved. We could certainly get something up and running. I don't know there were specific parameters identified yet, but as part of the conversation here, we're certainly available to do that. Might be more advantageous though if the council provided some direction to allow us to come back within 30 days with the overall program parameters for approval before we move forward.
Councilmember Raskin, I was just going to say that the summer approaching was one of the key factors, because in business retail, we see an uptick in these types of crimes during the summertime. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I'll defer to our city manager and other staff as to what makes sense for timing. I'll just say, I'd love to borrow this idea for other forms of crime where it doesn't necessarily make sense to go through insurance. Yeah, I mean, or even where insurance isn't common. Like, can we have a database of like bike theft or something like that?
Yeah.
So, something to think about.
Councilmember Hall.
Sorry, I do have a question because it's a little unclear to me in the item. Are we contemplating granting money against something tonight? Because I don't see that in the item.
Yeah, I don't know how that got left out. I think I'm looking to you,
I'll
city
throw the
manager.
item.
Yeah, no, I know. I talked about that earlier. The question is, I'm looking at the city manager. Was the idea that this is going to come out of this pre-existing money that's set aside for business recovery efforts that we talked about in the last meeting, or?
Yeah, the conversation we had in terms of funding sources, the council set aside a $3 million economic recovery fund. That was one of the ideas we had mentioned and discussed as potentially a source of monies that could be invested into this if that was the council's direction. But I think that's part of what we were hoping to get direction from council on. If this is something that has merit, it certainly seems to. If we had a little bit of time to work through the details, we can certainly bring it back as one of our additional economic recovery tools as part of the larger economic revitalization efforts that we're working on.
Okay, well, I think we were pretty clear that we wanted those funds to be put towards retail to restaurant conversions and economic activations, specifically in our downtown and promenade. So I worry that we're like chipping away at some of our key initiatives. I'm like very supportive of making it easier for businesses to like figure out what to do post a crime. I think we should have we have these like how-to things on our website that probably haven't been touched in several years. One of them is how to report a crime, and it's kind of outdated. And I think having an updated how-to that has, a one-stop shop of what to do in those moments is really important. I'm unwilling to put money that insurance is for here when we've prioritized it for other things. I'm also like a little worried about a pre-vetted list of Santa Monica-based vendors. Like, do we take liability if these vendors mess things up for us? I mean, like.
That's why I said, I was just trying to prioritize the local businesses, but obviously we wouldn't want to force that. We would just maybe provide a local list.
I think if we're directing someone who needs a repair towards a specific vendor, like that feels like we're assuming some liability of vetting. I hear you, like the promotion of local businesses. I think we just need to explore that a little bit. I think there's a lot of good here, and I want to be supportive of what you're trying to do. Maybe if you'd be willing, can we continue this and maybe like me, you, and Councilmember Snell work on it together to come back with something?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I often work on these things Solo was trying to reach out. I will say, though, that in terms of the money part, I hear you on the chipping away. The intent is not to have some large amount. And just on the comment around the insurance, you have to know that, like, the insurance deductible is so high. After 3 or 4 of these, you end up considering whether or not you should just close your doors often. And that is a true statement, not an exaggeration. So that was the purpose, was to send a message that, hey, you know, I don't know how many people are actually going to really tap into an amount that's going to chip away at even 1% of what we've put aside. But even if it was $25,000 set aside and a note sent out, I mean, just today we had an incident before we came into City Hall to say, we understand that this is happening and we understand the impacts, and we're trying to make a concerted effort to make sure that you're made whole. But I'm also open to having more discussion behind the scenes so we can come back with it sounds like there's a lot to be looked at in terms of where exactly or how much this money is and how we identify who qualifies.
Yeah, because if we're going to do it, I'd want to make sure that it's like a sustainable program and not just kind of like a one-time influx of cash.
Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thanks.
I was just wondering, so I really like where this is going, and I appreciate you bringing this forward. I was wondering if on the potential kind of money piece, if we could consider doing it as a pilot program for a limited period of time with, up to, I don't know exactly the amount. I do agree with the concerns about, like, quote unquote, chipping away at our the funds that we've already set aside. But if it's $25,000, I think that's something we could find somewhere, I assume, city manager. And I appreciate the flexibility on the timing. So I think as soon as they can feasibly come back with an implementation plan, and maybe it's a phased implementation plan where the how-tos are updated first, and then we know how is this portal going to be created, and what are our risks for creating the list of Santa Monica-based vendors, and maybe there's some language in that list that says we do not take any liability for the quality of these repairs. We're just letting y'all know. We'll let the attorneys figure that out. But I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and I hope that this lets our business community know that we really are trying to look out for them, not just for people who are starting a business here and trying to open one, but trying to keep their businesses going and trying to help our existing businesses succeed. So thank you.
Yes, I just think if you drive around, it's unfortunate, but I'm sure you guys see it. There's a lot of boarded up windows. It's a crime that kind of is sort of silently happening, but it's definitely impacting the business community. So hopefully we can come up with something that makes sense. And if money is unused, it goes back into the bigger pot of money to help businesses.
I would just make a quick comment. I think I would love to see the totality of what we're using the $3 million for, if that's like, just so that we can evaluate the trade-offs. So like as part of the broader business attraction, retention, support, stabilization, and expansion program. I think what I'm hearing here sounds like a business interruption fund for businesses who have suffered from retail theft, from crime, from economic shocks, from all of those. And so it sounds like we need some sort of small grant program. I would say, like, in my professional life, I know that there's substantial liability with having contractors that you're providing from the city to private enterprise for the same reasons that we said. So I just have a few concerns about that. But again, very supportive of the concept. It sounds like we need some sort of grant program, though, if that makes sense, and would like to hear about it in the broader economic development strategies.
Yeah, I think all that makes sense. In the discussions that Councilmember Negrete and I had, it was fairly modest. I think we described something like maybe you cap it at no more than $2,500 per instance as an business interruption fund. So I think the conversation the council's having here is super thoughtful, and depending on how the council like to move it forward, we're happy to support the effort as it continues to mature.
And just to be clear, it wasn't to force people to contract with anyone. I was just trying to provide a list, because another thing that happens is you're in the panic of replacing your window, and first you have to call someone to board it up, and you're just Googling, and you end up with someone who's driving from Palmdale to board up your window, and you don't realize that there's someone down the street. Again, lived experience, so I'm just saying, it would be nice to at least say, it could be people outside the city, that's fine, but if it was a one-stop shop that I know I can go to, the
Yeah.
crime response portal, and I can see exactly all the different ways that I could help.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea. I mean, I wonder if there's a way to just have, like, there's some sort of disclosure that's saying we're not attesting to the, like,
Quality of their
yeah,
work or
that
whatever.
they are a local business that has put themselves forward, and you can, at your own risk, use them. Yeah. Okay, cool.
So it sounds like the direction is to come back with a more vetted out plan once we've had some discussion with staff and Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Snell, and myself.
That's what I'm hearing. If the council is comfortable with that, it sounds like a great plan.
I don't think there's anything to vote on, right? We're just moving it forward to.
So we need a maker, a motion, we need a motion, a seconder, and a voice.
No, so there's no motion. We're just taking no action.
Action?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll come back. We'll come back with a new plan.
Okay.
Great. I think that concludes the 16 items. Madam Clerk, is there an adjournment that I'm supposed to be reading?
I'm not aware of one.
Okay. I think that Mr. Zwick had one, but we will wait till our next meeting for that.
No communication.
Great. Okay, with that being said, we have the final second half of closed session. How long do you think that's going to take? 20 minutes?
20.
Great. Love to hear it.
We'll shoot for 20.
Great.
And Heidi, what were the items again that you guys are hearing?
The items, and we'll do a full report out again. We understand that perhaps the first one was not heard, but items 5A, 5B, and 5C are the remaining items.
We'll be back by 11:45. And do we need to have all of us return, or can we just have? Yes? Okay, great. Let's chop.
Okay.
Well, it's still too long. case there was a problem. Oh, okay, good. Okay, so there was a hearing problem. I mean, there was some sort of turning on.
Uh-huh. I think that's what it was.
I tried. Okay. It's 11:58. We're ending the meeting in this day. We're attempting. So we've returned from closed session. All items have been heard. Do I have to wait for the rest of them?
Yeah.
Okay, hurry up.
I was already on my way to the car. We'll get you right back up.
Great. We're finishing in today's day. It's 11:59. Let's go.
As we understand that perhaps the first report out was not heard, we will do the report out for both closed sessions. The first time the council convened for closed session, items 5D, 5E, and 5F were heard. And with respect to item 5D, council directed staff to continue negotiations with California Roadhouse to include rehiring of all former Rusty's employees. The second time council convened, items 5A, 5B, and 5C were heard with the following reportable action for item 5C. The City Council approved a settlement in Lisa Parson v. City and employment action. The city denies liability and does not admit fault, but agreed to settle for $300,000 and certain non-monetary terms, and in exchange, plaintiff agreed to release all claims against the city. The settlement was approved by a vote of 6-0, with Mayor Pro Tem Zwick absent. That concludes the report out.
Great. We'll see everyone on April 28th. Thank you.
It's exactly midnight.
We're just